All right, well, I got a quick minute. Got Colton's big old head in the way, but hey, let's say hello to all the folks out of Racer H2O. They just joined us. If you're just joining in, welcome to the party. We're just getting ready to get started. But either way, we're getting ready to get started. If you are not already on Racer H2O and you happen to be here or whatever the case may be, you can find them on the World Wide Web, racerh2o.com. You can also give them a look on YouTube or Facebook, either one, and be able to click the link there and you can watch the live stream. We're happy to be partnered up with those guys all season long to live stream every single one of our races, and we're super excited about that. All right, here we go. We're going to get this thing started. We kick off every single race here at the Southern Drag Boat Association with an invocation. We're going to get that going right now. I'm going to turn this thing over to Pastor Mike, let him handle that.
Good morning, Waco. Let us pray. Father, we thank you this morning for another beautiful, glorious morning. We thank you for the day. We know this is the day you have made, and we will rejoice and be glad in it. And we're glad that we're here this morning along the banks of the Brazos River in historic Waco, Texas, to do a little drag boat racing. And we want to thank the city of Waco and everybody involved with Brazos Park for allowing us to come here and enjoy our sport in this beautiful facility. We want to thank the Payne family for everything they do to make it possible. The SDBA, our vendors, our sponsors, all the effort and the passion they pour into the sport so we can do it. And Lord, we're able to do that because we live in a country where we're free. We're free because of our military. Those men and women that answer the call and go wherever they need to be. And Father, we know today they're out there in harm's way. You watch over them, Lord. You keep them safe. Our first responders, Lord, wherever they may be, those that are here guarding us today right here on this property and serving, Lord, we ask that you watch over them. We ask for our SDBA rescue crew out there on that water, Lord. Those men are in harm's way, and when they're called on, let them have your wisdom and knowledge and your gift, Lord. Give them a boring day. Father, as always, I have 3 requests as we get ready to go drag boat racing. Lord, we are looking for a loud day. Lord, we are looking for a fast day. But above all, Father, we're looking for that safe day. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Brother Mike. And now, if you would, just please keep those hats off. Rise, find yourself a flag someplace along this course, and let's honor our country and our flag.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the red glare, the boiling in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does the spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, it is race time in Waco, Texas. Thank y'all for joining us here at the Southern Drag Boat Association. I'm not trying to make this political at all, but I just want to point out, Colton, that you see, there is hope for the youth in our country. Every single one of them young people out there on that line was standing up on their jet skis
As always.
as we honor that country.
I have chills.
You gotta love that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're getting ready to get this thing started. I got my friend Colton joining me today.
Hey, Waco.
Some of y'all may remember him.
Well,
He's a thing. He's kind of a big deal.
no.
But anyways, we're happy to have him out here, and we're gonna try and put on a good show for you. We're starting out personal watercraft. I don't have numbers yet, but we got boats in the lanes, so we'll be getting that going here in a minute. Stock eliminator, you guys should be at the in-ramp. Modified eliminator should be warmed up, ready to go. Top eliminator, you guys are on deck. After that, it'll be Pro Outlaw, Pro Mod, Top Alcohol Flat, Pro Eliminator, Quick Eliminator, Pro Jet, Pro Comp Flat, and then, yes, you heard me right earlier, we will be doing a second chance buyback.
Oh.
Whole lot of fun.
Oh, wow. So, not one and done, necessarily.
Not always. I mean, it's your choice at that point. If you put it back on the trailer and call it a day, well, that's on you. Modified eliminator, we're ready for you guys at the in-ramp as well. Modified eliminator, bring them to the ramp. Top eliminator, start warming them up, get ready. Pro Outlaw, you're up after that. You know, second chance Colton's probably one of my favorite classes. I know that's goofy because we've got like Top Fuel Hydro and whatever, and those guys are amazing to watch, but just as a race fan, second chance is just kind of my favorite deal. Those are folks that already lost anyway. They came back just because they got game and they want to see what they can do with it. And I'll talk more about that in just a minute. Right now, though, we got two boats in the lanes in the Fun and Sun. Boats and Tackle and Yamaha left-hand lane. Boat number 1469 is Colton Byler. Calls that ski stretch. He's your number 4 qualifier this morning. And in the Pat Kinsey drywall right lane, boat number 117 is Brendan Lempar. Driving for Greg Lempar, they call that boat Megalodon.
Oh, no, and something happened to Colton Byler. He hasn't left the hold rope.
You know, he had trouble yesterday.
Oh.
That's a
Okay.
tough way to go right there. We're going to need truck and trailer for boat number 1469. Back to the in-ramp, please. Truck and trailer for 1469. Back to the in-ramp, please.
Tough break. Mechanical issues in round number 1.
Absolutely. Not the way you wanted to start the day for sure.
Ouch. Pretty good run for Brandon Lempar, though. He was 191 rev at 1397 with a 4. Hit 52 miles an hour on the 14 flat dial in, so that's a pretty good setup.
He broke
Going
out
to
by
round number
25,000. Slow fast at both ends. He's going to need to take care of that.
I was expecting that, though, being early in the morning. Pretty good weather conditions.
The weather's a little cooler.
You know.
Yep. Boats are going to run a little hotter. And we still have that sort of down track wind that's kind of pushing those guys. We had lots of red lights yesterday in qualifying. I imagine we'll see that again today with the wind kind of giving them a little bit of a push as they're trying to leave that holding rope and come down the lanes. All right, here comes Angelie Shaw. She's going to be in the Fun and Sun. Boats tackling Yamaha left-hand lane, boat number 004. She calls it being bad. 2019 High Points champ, 2020 High Points runner-up. She'd like to be the champ again this year. Let's see what happens. Thanks to Mom, Dad, the Bad Company race team, Crown Over Fence and Welding, Grandpa and Jim, the Sherwood family, and Luke's Paving. She comes in as your number 1 qualifier with a 13:11 yesterday and dials in a 13:05.
This is the last hurrah.
Last
This
one.
is her last year in personal watercraft. She's looking for another championship. She is the points leader, if I'm not mistaken. She's done a great job so far this year. Number 1 qualifier here in Waco. And I'm sure that Mom and Dad are somewhere down there. Yeah, there's Sarah. I think that what you were just talking about kind of happened a little bit right there too. Angelie Shaw, 023 red on the 13:05, goes 13:03 with a 5 at 56 miles an hour. Barely nudged it red, but doesn't matter. On a single, into the second round.
Moving to the next round no matter what.
She'll face the winner of Jody Smith and Grandma Lynn Blackburn. Wraith and Broadway, Leighton Pippinger, the next 2. Leighton, right-hand lane, the Pat Kinsey Drywall, right lane, driving Voodoo Therapy. Out of Blanco, Texas, for Grandma and Granddad, WCR Construction, Buffalo Management, 4K Enterprise, RESP Trinity Racing Ministries. He'll be dialed in at 1450. Wraithen Broadway driving the Golden Child in the Fun and Sun Boat and Tackle Yamaha left-hand lane. For Family Power Sports, Spring Creek Marina and RV Park, Petroplex Oil Services, RV Repair, the crew Ken Elliott Roofing, Hawkins Battery and Golf Carts. Your business is our hobby. T-shirts and more bottled up. Papa and the Bald Head. I don't know who that is, but not saying anything. All right, as they go across the finish line, wind light on for Wraithen Broadway. 1040 with a 1 on the 1030 at 67 miles an hour. Leighton Pippinger is a little bit behind on the starting line. Goes 1453 on his 1450. So it looks to me like it'll be a whole shot win here in the first round for Wraithen Broadway. Had the better reaction time, was further away from the dial, but still got the win because of that reaction time advantage.
Oh, sorry. Caught us both taking a drink here.
Yeah, right.
In the Fun and Sun Boats, Tackle, and Yamaha left-hand lane is Shelby Hudgens. Catch Me If You Can, the name of the machine. Boat number 238, sponsored by Magnum Trailers, American Fiberglass Repair, Roosters Repair, and special thanks to Todd at Magnum Trailers. In the Pat Kenzie Drywall right-hand lane, your number 13 qualifier is Nate Stevenson. He struggled yesterday as well. You can see he never made a decent pass. Hopefully they got that figured out.
They were having fuel issues with the jet ski yesterday, and then looks like they might be continuing here today.
Randy Ball, Top Alcohol Racing, Trinity Racing Ministries, and RESP all helping out with their season.
And it's a breakout for Shelby Hudgens, win line for Nate Stevenson. That is a lucky round win right there.
Oh, my goodness.
That is lucky.
He ran
Shelby was 0-19 and broke it out by, 13 thousandths of a second at the big end. Nate Stevenson, of course, the jet ski not running exactly what he wanted to, not the reaction time that he wanted, but you got to have at least one lucky round, right? Isn't that what they
Right?
say?
Yep. Let's see if the luck continues.
Multi-time champ going in round number 2.
Dialed in at a 13-1, ran a 16-54 for a 42-mile-an-hour pass. But the good news is, buys him. He's got a bye run now into the final, which gives them a little bit of time to try and figure that thing out and see if they can figure out what's going on with it. By into the semifinal. Sorry.
Oops, that was my bad. Yeah, by into the semifinals, which I mean, not bad either.
Hey, for ATV golf cart drivers, couple of things, spectators and racers and crew. First off, please don't ride on the pathway down here by the water line. Let's keep that clear for pedestrians and not have anybody get hurt. And then number 2, when you guys are running back there past the food vendors, need you guys to slow down. You're kicking dust up all over our food. So how about we don't do that? All right, this is Delaney head start. In the left lane, your number 5 qualifier against your number 10 qualifier, John Nodler. Both of them racing for John Nodler, or Jacob Nodler rather. Both of them running in the Nodler racing team. And Jacob ends up your winner. Delaney Head gets out early and runs 33 thousandths of a second into the red. Dead on with her time, but the damage was already done at the start line. She dialed in a 12:45, ran a 12:45 and 8. But the red light hurts, and Jacob Nodler will move to the next round.
Broke out by 6 thousandths of a second, had a reaction time that was in the green, and that's all that mattered. That was the difference maker for Jacob Nodler. Delaney missed it by 33 thousandths of a second. That is not much at all. Next two up, I believe it's going to be that Lynn Blackburn and Jody Smith matchup. Lynn doing time to the name of the jet ski in the Pat Kinsey drywall right-hand lane. For Ted Soko DDS, Sports Medicine Associates, Richard Steffen, Courtney and Josh Edwards, JW Construction, Docks and Boat Rescue, and Medina Lake. She'll be dialed in at 10:35. And Jody Smith driving the Little Maniac, the Fun and Sun Boat and Tackle Yamaha left-hand lane out of Wiley, Texas. Jimmy and Priscilla Kemp letting them race their ski. 4K Enterprises, WCR Construction, David Carroll Racing, Trinity Racing Ministries, RESP, Papa Maniac Mike, Chloe and Kate Janisek, David and Deb Carroll, Tatum Graham, Zachary Ponzio in the United States Marine Corps. I believe this might be Jody's last hurrah before she goes into the Marines as well. So Jody dialed in at 14:53. Lynn Blackburn trying to run her down. And a win light goes to Jody. 14:73 with a 2 on the 14:53. She had a 100 reaction time. Runs 49 miles an hour out the back end. Lynn Blackburn kind of missed the tree just a little bit. Runs closer to the dial in, but Jody got to the finish line first with that reaction time advantage. Goes round 2 for your defending PWC champion. So waiting on the next two to come back up. Figure out the dial ins and let Gary Gray know. He will let us know. And they're ready to go. Jake Stevenson and Bradley Miller. Not quite Miller time. You know why? Because she's like, what, 8 years old? How old is Bradley?
Well, and because her dad drives Miller time, so.
For Miller Excavation, Smoke on the Water drag boat races. Come see where the fast finishes first. El Reno, Oklahoma, next weekend. Be there, I'm telling you.
Tell you a little story about that whole deal. So you weren't here last month in San Angelo, but that was her first race.
Went to the semis.
And almost didn't race. She got up there and got nervous and walked away and said, nope, I'm not doing it. And then Dad finally talked her into it. They went down, they got her on the water, and she went all the way to semifinals in that run.
And now is in love with drag races.
Yeah,
And that's how
no, she's hooked forever. She'll be driving Daddy's boat before it's over. You hear that, Matt? She's coming for your boat.
They're looking over win light. Jake Stevenson.
Oh!
Broke out by just a little bit, but the red light was on for Bradley Miller by 45 thousandths of a second. So Jake Stevenson, your automatic winner, 042 on the tree, 1298 with an 8 on the 13 flat dial. It's a pretty good combination for a race day today for Jake. Too bad for Bradley Miller. Just missed it by that much. That's what got her in the semifinals in San Angelo. And unfortunately, it is the first round here that she misses it by that much.
Well, and don't forget, there will be a second chance buyback. So any of you guys that got eliminated in the first round, and there will be more, but we will be doing a second chance buyback. We will call you guys once we get done with the first round. You guys will be coming back really quickly after that, so just be ready. And pay your entry fee at the in-ramp. We'll put you on the water, we'll pair you up, and we'll make that thing happen. And then I believe it's a 70-30 split for the winner when we get to the other side.
So the next class up will be stock eliminator. It's one of my favorite categories because I love bracket racing. That's how I got started in the sport of drag racing, of course, on land, but bracket racing with my father in Monroe, Louisiana. So I enjoy bracket racing, whether it's on water or on land. It doesn't really matter to me.
Right.
And you got some of the best characters here in stock eliminator.
Absolutely.
These guys are cool.
Some of these guys are absolute nuts is what they are, but
yeah, some of them.
And that's one of the reasons why I say that I really, really like the second chance, because it's a whole David and Goliath story.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you could literally have a stock eliminator and a freaking pro outlaw paired up against each other.
Ooh, that'd be fun to watch.
With a 4-second difference between the boats. And And sometimes the slow guy wins. Like, in fact, a lot of times.
Being in an open boat and a pro outlaw goes zooming by you at 170 miles an hour.
So here's our first pair for stock eliminator. In the Fun and Sun, boats and tackle and the Yamaha left-hand lane. Boat number 033 is Walter Doolin. Calls the boat. Do it again, Doolin. Racing out of Kingsland, Texas. He comes in your number 7 qualifier. And in the Pat Kinsey drywall right-hand lane, boat number 424 is Rodney Blackstock, driving for Al Kirshner. They call the boat Plum Crazy. Rodney Blackstock driving for Al and Dodie Kirshner, racing in memory of Max Davis. He's dialed in at a 9.
I think Rodney Blackstock's calf started cramping up on him on that push pedal. Oh, on the flat pedal, that thing, ooh.
That boat's been hoppy all weekend. So your winner's in the left lane. I saw you grabbing stuff. You weren't even in the boat. 3700 to the second for reaction time for Walter Doolin. He takes the win. Dialed in at a 10.5, ran a 10.51 and 4 for a 72-mile-an-hour pass, and that's good enough to take him to the next round. Pro Outlaw, we're ready for your boats to the ramp. Pro Outlaw, we're ready for your boats at the ramp. Jeez, I guess. Pro Outlaw, we're ready for you guys at the ramp. Pro Modified, start warming them up, get ready. Pro Outlaw, ready for you on the ramp.
All right, next two up, Dustin Peterson and Ricky Brooks. Ricky drawing American Pride in the Fun and Sun boat and tackle left-hand lane. For Winger Race Engines, Central Texas Jets. Mickey Harlow tuning on that boat this weekend. Dustin Peterson going to be in the Pat Kinsey drywall right-hand lane out of Los Alamos, New Mexico. Driving Collusion. A lot of that going on now. The reaction time advantage went to Ricky Brooks, but the win light to Dustin Peterson. On the double breakout, Dustin was closer to the number, 9:35 with an 8 on the 9:42 at 87 miles an hour. Ricky Brooks dialed in 9:22, goes 9:11, a full tenth of a second too quick at 86 miles an hour, and that hands the win to Dustin Peterson, who's going to have to tighten up that reaction time a little bit, come to round number 2. That just bit Ricky Brooks just a little bit. I know that Mickey Harlow was saying he was going to try to step on it a little bit, just a little bit too much here in round number 1.
Here comes our next pair of stock eliminators in the Fun and Sun boats, tackling Yamaha left-hand lane. Boat number 061 is Frank Mummy out of San Antonio, Texas. He calls that boat Breakout another 1,000. And in the Pat Kinsey drywall right-hand lane, boat number 1457 is Zachary Watson. He calls that boat Chicks Dig It. Comes in as your number 10 qualifier. Frank Mummy's dialed in at a 10 flat. Zachary Watson dialed in at a 9.1. Just me, or did it sound like there might have been a cylinder missing on that one?
Yeah, I think that's by design. I think that's to get that thing slowed down to the number. The win light goes to the kid. How about a 009 reaction time and a 920 with a 5? 83 miles an hour of Zachary Watson. Frank Mummy turned at 136 red and was dead 8 on the dial.
Yep.
So that was going to be like one of those ouch moments. But he was going to need it because the kid, 009 on the tree. 10th of a second above the dial, but it doesn't matter. Once that red light comes on, automatic winner goes to Zachary Watson. All right, so we'll get the next pair set. Lined up on the hold rope, ready to go. What a beautiful morning. It's a little bit warm out here, but it's okay.
Oh, it ain't even started getting warm yet.
Yeah, yesterday was it was rough. Well, we had a great day of racing yesterday. If you missed it, you can go back and watch the entire day on Racer H2O. It'll be archived on YouTube.
Yep. I announced, you know this, I announced drag boat races in Arizona as well, and
Don't
you know,
rub it in, okay?
120 degrees out there sometimes in May when we're trying to do races, but it's like
But it's a dry heat.
10% humidity, and if there's a breeze, it actually feels kind of good. You're like, all right, I can live with this, right?
Yeah, you know, 120 degrees, it might be a dry heat, but so is a fire, and I'm not getting in that, so.
There you go. I feel you. Hey, here comes our next pair. Blackie Bame is in there. He calls that boat Blackie's Magic. He's in the front and sun, boats and tackle left lane. And in the Pat Kinsey drywall right lane is Doug Fox, calls that boat Worst Case Scenario. He's sponsored by Flying F Farms. Blackie Bame driving for Snyder Motorsports, Mickey and Glenda and Sons, Bob and Marla Winder, Oscar and Jacinda, Marley Ranch, Dave and Jana, Lily Construction, Rodney and Pam Piper, Athora Stage, and Crypt Water Sports. Blackie's dialed in at a 1029. Doug Fox at a 9 flat. Here they come. Blackie Bame gets off a little early and runs 14 in the red. And Doug Fox will take your win. He got caught sleeping, took him almost 4/10 of a second to get off the line. But he ran pretty good, too. He dialed in a 9 flat, ran a 901 with a 5. Blackie wasn't far off his number either. Dialed in a 1029, ran a 1032, but the red light did the damage.
Yeah, Blackie had one too many cups of coffee this morning. Tough break for him, but it is so good to see Blackie back out here racing again. You know, he unfortunately had some medical issues here not too long ago and stayed away from drag boat racing for a while. But to see Blackie back out here is amazing. And I know he had fun regardless of the red light here in round one. Blackie has had a blast here this weekend. So that's all that matters. So we'll get ready for the next pair. So the next two, Garrick Snyder and Stephen Russell. Garrick driving Young Gun, the Fun and Sun Boat and Tackle, left-hand lane for Rio Medina Truck and Auto. Rio Fab and Welding, Lilly Construction, Custom Powder Coating, 4-Way Bar, Long's Machine, Jeff Gibson Insurance, Guild Mortgage, Reagan and Angie Everett, Rowdy Tees, RNS Construction, Trinity Racing Ministries, Twisted Tags Embroidery. Thanks to the family and the crew. He'll be dialed in 940. Driving the Young Gun boat over there in the left lane. And Pat Kinsey drywall right-hand lane. Driving Harry Canary is Stephen Russell. For the Outlaw Crew, Eagle Motorsports, special thanks to Rick Gordon, Jimmy Kemp, Pumps by Chop, Back in Black Crew, taking the pair. As they go across the finish line, the win light's going to be on for Stephen Russell. 9:13 with a 1 on the 9:10 at 82 miles an hour. He was 0:10 on the tree. Garrick Snyder was a little bit behind at 151. Breaks it out by a couple of hundredths of a second at the big end of the racetrack, trying to get back around him. Was not able to do it. So Stephen Russell will move on, taking out one of the Snyders. There's a whole full lead of them, so one of them liable to be in a winner's circle here this weekend, but unfortunately it will not be Garrick Snyder. He is out of here in round number 1. All right, so give us just a second to get the next two on the hold rope. See, the water just looks beautiful out there this morning. We were talking about a little breeze going down the river. Definitely helps these boats, picks them up a little bit. That's why we've seen a couple of red lights here this morning, a couple of really fast runs going down the track. That wind is just pushing them along a little bit faster than what they were yesterday.
So I finally got the answer. The second chance buyback, super easy peasy. It's $25. Pay your money at the in-ramp. We will call you when it's time. It'll be at the very end of the first round, so don't go running down there. But they did say, please bring exact change. Don't come down there with a $100 bill expecting to get your money, because it ain't going to happen. Exact change, come down. They don't take plastic either.
Yeah, unfortunately.
It needs to fold or they don't want it.
I take plastic, but I'm also not going to buy you back into the race. So, looks like modified eliminator is going to be up. I see the outlaw getting pulled to the hold rope over there in the far lane. Wait to get them entered into the computer. So give us just a quick second, filling in the ladder real quick, keep up with, because Lord knows, I mean, our memories are so bad as announcers, you know, that we can never remember who won, so we always have to write it down.
Well, and let me just tell you that when you become an old announcer, it gets worse.
Does it?
It does.
Oh, God.
Just so you have something to look forward to.
So once again, while we wait, on behalf of the Southern Drag Boat Association, all you spectators out here, we want to thank you so much for coming out, braving the weather. A lot of you were here yesterday, decided to come back today. Thank you. For those of you that weren't here yesterday and decided that you were going to come out and watch some eliminations today, thank you as well. Be sure to tell all your friends and family. Come on out and enjoy some drag boat racing here on the Brazos River in Waco, Texas. They're around. If not, they can tune in to Racer H2O on YouTube, Facebook. Watch along with the best drag boat racing show on the planet.
Fastest show on water.
Fastest show on water.
There you go.
Nobody else compares. So Justin Stewart, Stewie, going to be over here in the Pat Kinsey Drywall right-hand lane out of Austin, Texas. For RB Props, Brady Truck Services, Aquatic Balance Pool Services. Special thanks to Bob York, the Toho, Hardcore Harper. Big shout out to Wes Con, watching live on RacerH2O.com.
What's up, Wes Con?
Garage. Hopefully he's not drinking it. What time is it?
Not drinking a bear, anyway.
Wes really drinking a beer?
Well, it says bear, so I'm hoping he's not drinking a bear. Maybe it's a Ham's beer.
So Stewie on a broke by run. He was down in at 9 flat, and he goes 9:09 with an 8 at 88 miles an hour. A little bit sluggish on the starting line.
ProMod, we're ready for your boats at the in-ramp, please. ProMod. Ready for you guys at the in-ramp. Pro Modified, bring them to the in-ramp. Top alcohol flat, start warming them up. Top Eliminator, you guys are on deck right after that, so be ready.
Oh, and if Modified's coming up, it's almost showtime.
Yes, it is.
All right. So our first pair of modified eliminators is going to be Jesse James Jr. and Jeremy Alexander. Jeremy, Blue Bayou, the name of the boat. He'll be in the Pat Kinsey Drywall right-hand lane. Qualified number 10. He had a tough time getting the boat to slow down. He only made one qualifying attempt yesterday and went 797. Put him toward the bottom of the sheet. And Jesse James Jr. driving the Outlaw out of Tyler, Texas for Lone Star Millworks. David and Kerry Muller. Cedarbuilt and the Eagle Motorsports, JCD. He was your number one qualifier at 8:02. And with that number one qualifying spot, did take over the points lead in Modified Eliminator. If you want to know anything about Modified Eliminator points, all you have to do is ask Randy Neal. He always knows.
Hey, real quick announcement for the tow vehicle drivers. Please do not stop on the road over to the out ramp. We need you to go all the way down there, get in line, and be ready. You are messing with the mojo down there. Once you drop off your boat at the in ramp, get yourself straight to the out ramp and get in line so that you're in the right spot when your boats get there, please.
Looking for 8 flat on the scoreboard and a wind light. And the wind light's on for Jesse James Jr. 8:15 with a 1 at 97 miles an hour for the defending champion. Here in Modified Eliminator, Jeremy Alexander turned it 6:31 green on the tree and only broke out by 1,000th of a second toward the big end of the racetrack.
He was trying to get caught up, but he had a 5/10 of a second deficit coming off the line, and that was all she wrote. Here comes Mr. Stephen Walls. He's going to be in the Fun and Sun Boats Tackling Yamaha left-hand lane, boat number 111. They call the boat Happy Hour, sponsored by Fastline Fabrication, Walls Tractor Repair, Buddy E.S. Johnson, Joe Yarbrough, FPC Services, James and Judy Sheffield, Wayman Pittsford Incorporated, Schaefer Oils, O'Reilly Auto Parts in San Angelo, Williams R. Pascal and Sons Fine Woodworking, Extreme Barbecue, and a big thank you to his crew, Jolene, Steve, Stephen, Stella, Bruce, Michelle, and Tag. And in the Pat Kinsey Drywall right lane, boat number 402 is Melton Whittlesey. He calls that boat Little Bud. That little outboard is something to watch now. If you haven't seen this guy run yet, keep an eye on that. It's pretty freaking cool. Sponsored by Infamous Brewing, Lakeway Signs. His crew chief is Daryl Heston. Gary called for the lights. There's 30 seconds on the countdown.
It's got to be the longest 30 seconds of anyone's life, don't you think?
Right? Yeah, it's long for us just sitting up here watching it. For those guys,
Heart rate's up, adrenaline's pumping, you just really want to go.
right?
You got to wait 30 seconds. That's like giving me a piece of cake and saying, okay, you have to wait 30 seconds before you can dig into it. It's not going to happen. It'll be red every time. Oh, how about that? Stephen Walls with the wind light, 8 flat with an 8 at 97 miles an hour. But how about that driving job from Melton Whittlesey? You saw the
He
boat,
got sideways.
It started to point toward the bank, and as soon as he stabbed the throttle on it, he put it right back into the center of the lane, went right down there, 8:24 to it. Did slow the boat down.
It cost him, yeah, he had 1.7 seconds to get off the line, but
And Stephen Walsh did not look beside him and get out of the throttle, so that was all the way full out, 8 flat with an 8 at 97 miles an hour. Stephen Walls is ready for eliminations here today.
all right, up next for Modified Eliminator in the Fun and Sun Boats Tackle and Yamaha left-hand lane, boat number 157 is James Kemp, calls the boat Side Chick, sponsored by J&J Transportation, 4K Enterprises, Ranchero Concepts, Eagle Motorsports, Guy Hand Motorsports, and FloatFix.com in Tyler, Texas. And in the Pat Kinsey Drywall right-hand lane, your number 6 qualifier is Austin Fugate. Calls the boat Minimum Effort, and unfortunately that boat put out minimum effort yesterday during qualifying. A couple times wouldn't go. I know. Boo. But hopefully today it will put out maximum effort, and we will see how that runs. They're racing out of Fort Worth, Texas, sponsored by Two Guys Marine, Fugate Construction, Beaver Fab, Tony Hedricks Engines, Crusader Sports Academy, and special thanks to Mom and Dad.
You better watch out what you say. You know his dad, Vic Fugate, used to be a UFC fighter.
I do. It wasn't an insult. I mean, just truth.
I know.
You can't leave a door like that open and not expect people to take it.
I'm just jealous because I didn't come up with it. No, guys. I'm just kidding with you. James Kemp and Austin Fugate. Modified Eliminator, next pair. 5 seconds left. Let go of the rope. Get ready to go. Wind light to James Kemp on the red light by Austin Fugate. He was 60 red on the tree. Goes 801 with a 9. That one's going to sting a little bit. James Kemp was 074 on the green side. Goes 788 with a 2 at 96 miles an hour, so a little bit quick on the racetrack, but a really good reaction time. Austin Fugate just missed it by that much, and that's what cost him.
You know, I was bugging about the minimum effort thing and just teasing, but it gets in your head. You know, yesterday he came out, he made 2 passes in a row that the boat wouldn't start and never left the line, and then it just kind of gets in your head, and I think he jumped a little early, 0.06 of a second, earned him a red light, and that's the end of that. All right, here we go with the fun and sun. Boats tackle in Yamaha left lane, boat number 794. That's going to be Lane McDonald driving for Randy McDonald in a boat called High Voltage. Sponsored by Bloomer Trailers, All-Tex Welding, Pat Kinsey Drywall, Tim Ortiz, SWAT, Speed Marine, George Olson, Mom, Dad, Melanie, and his fiancee Caitlin helping out. And in the Pat Kinsey Drywall right-hand lane is Andrew Decker out of Buckholz, Texas. They call the boat In Too Deep. GNC Machinery, Robert Moore, Easy Tire, CMT Mobile Services, Samantha, Danny and Christine Springer, looking pretty decals, and thanks to his wife and kids, he comes in as your number 9 qualifier rather, and Lane McDonald comes in as your number 2 qualifier with an 8:02 and 8.
But Andrew Decker qualified 9th because he broke out by 0.03 of a second. So this should be
That
a
is right.
fantastic drag race all the way down. We have seen it is a little quick out there, so maybe some adjustments done by Andrew Decker last night or this morning to get that thing slowed down just a little bit.
Well, and the other thing is that red light plagued him all day yesterday. If you look at his runs from yesterday, every single one of them was early. So hopefully he's got that dialed in as well, because that'll hurt him.
All right, so Gary Gray gives the yellow signal. Let's fire them up. Let's go, boys. Got a little bit of drag boat racing to do. Fire them up and look at the gauges, make sure everything looks all right. And they will try to maneuver this 1,000-foot liquid course in exactly 8.00 seconds. Sounds easy enough, right? Yeah, right. 5 seconds left. Somebody was playing the throttle game down there, and it was Andrew Decker, and he wins at 8:05.5, 92 miles an hour. Lane McDonald broke out by 0.14 of a second. Goes 798 with a 6 at 96 miles an hour. Your number 2 qualifier out of here in round number 1. Andrew Decker found what he needed. Goes 8:05.5, 92. That's all he had to do on that one. We'll just go above the index. He does that, and he will go into round numero dos. David Carroll, come to the timing tower, please. David Carroll, come to the timing tower, please, sir.
All right, top alcohol flat. We're ready for your boats at the in-ramp, please. Top alcohol flat. We're ready for you at the in-ramp. Top eliminator, warm them up, please. Top eliminator, warm them up. Pro eliminator, you guys are on deck.
Here we go, your final pair. Modified eliminator. Tyler Bain driving the slippery pickle out of Rio Medina, Texas. We'll be in the Pat Kinsey Drywall right-hand lane. For Walton Construction Services and Debbie.
Konechny. Konechny.
I didn't even want to.
I almost got there.
DBC Farms, Rio Medina Truck and Auto, Custom Powder Coating, Texas Car Barn, Trinity Racing Ministries. Special thanks to the entire crew. Tyler Bain going to be in the right-hand lane. His opponent, Grant Snyder. He's got to go up against his cousin, driving Big Iron. Over there, the Fun and Sun Boat and Tackle Yamaha left-hand lane. Both of them looking for 8 flat on the scoreboards. Grant also driving for Rio Medina Truck and Auto, Rio Fab and Welding, Lilly Construction. Custom Powder Coating, 4-way bar. Damon Decker, Athletics. Jeff Gibson Insurance, Racers Insuring Racers, Guild Mortgage, Reagan and Angie Everett. Sorry guys, I'm a little rusty. Reality Tees and RNS Construction, Long's Machine, Postal NX. Twisted Tags Embroidery, thanks to the family and the crew. So Grant in the left side, Tyler Boehm in the right side. Cousins meet up here in the first round of eliminations in Modified Eliminator. And Grant Snyder's boat was all over the race course, but it worked out for him. Tyler, a huge breakout. 775 at 102 miles an hour, and he was off the throttle early still. Grant Snyder's boat started moving around big time. He goes 813.2, 95 miles an hour for the win. Tyler was 280 on the tree. Grant Snyder was 143 on the tree. Neither one of them going to get into the Hall of Fame for those reaction times, and they know it. But Grant Snyder was the better of the cousins here in round number 1 of Modified Eliminator, at least here in Waco, Texas. He will take the win. The Slippery Pickle, just a little too slippery down the race course this morning, breaking it out by a whole bunch.
Well, and you may not know this either, but he blew up a blower in Marble Falls. Didn't race at all in Brady.
That would give you a heck of a headache.
And in San Angelo, he played with it. I was pitted right next to him in San Angelo. I actually helped him put the blower on. But they put a new blower on there that was a loaner, and they had to dial that thing way back. Boat was running lean as heck. They finally got it all figured out, but it was just running hot.
The one-eyed slippery pickle.
So, one-eyed slippery pickle. So then, yeah, because he got dirt in his eye that day. Anyways, so then, yesterday I talked to him. He got his blower back on there. It's put back together, ready to go, but he's still fine-tuning it, and I think that's where the issue is coming from. And that's why he was almost a half second too fast, still trying to play with that.
All right, so your next class up is going to be Pro Outlaw. We're going into a couple of capsule boats. Steve Carter, Rick Blethroad, going to be your first pair for our 520 index pro boats on the hold rope. And I say pro boats in air quotes. Rick driving that amazing twin turbocharged Hemi in that boat, and it is a bad son of a gun. Out of Odessa, Texas for Alliance Machine. Lone Star Gassic, Triple ARV, qualified number 4 at 536 with a 0. And almost 180 miles an hour. So he was a tenth and a half off the index.
Top eliminator, you guys need to be warmed up, ready to go.
So alongside of Rick Blethroad is going to be Steve Carter driving money for nothing. For Carter Paint and Body, Wolf Auto Machine, Gumby Performance, MTR Performance, PPG, Mickey's Toy Box, Bespoke Coatings, IMP, Integrated Metal Products. Pat Kinsey Drywall right-hand lane. He was your number 3 qualifier at 5:34.7. So they qualified 200ths of a second away from each other. This ought to be a fantastic drag race here in the first round. And Steve Carter, you notice a lot of paint references in his sponsor list. If you go look at that boat, it is absolutely gorgeous. If you have not gotten to see that thing up close and personal, I encourage you, please go by and see that thing because
Well, and if you haven't gone by and looked at the
machinery.
thing of beauty in the back of Rick Brethrode's boat, you need to go check that out too.
He is a machinist at heart. And
Absolutely
by trade,
amazing.
And you can tell.
Yeah.
You can definitely tell.
Figured out how to run those 2 turbos back there and get it all squared away. That boat sounds totally different than anything else we've got out here too.
So
He spins those 2 turbos up, and
I'm going to do the public service announcement again today, just like I did, just in case there are some new folks here that weren't here yesterday. So whenever the countdown clock goes to 5 seconds and Rick Blethroad closes the capsule, he's going to get on the 2-step and build the boost up with the turbos. It's just like if you were to put it on a 2-step with a blower car or blower boat or whatever to get it to move early. That's what Rick Blethroad is going to do, and it's going to sound like machine gun fire. This is not Vietnam. Do not hit the deck. You will be okay. And you're going to watch Rick Blethroad go really fast down the racetrack, hopefully at 5.200 seconds. So here we go. Countdown clock has started. Both boats are fired up. I saw a little bit of puff of smoke out of Rick Blethroad's. That's how you know it's fired up, because you cannot hear it from the bank because it is quiet with those turbos, of course. 15 seconds left on the countdown clock. First pair, first capsule boats of eliminations here. The Party on the Brazos 2022 in Waco, Texas. Here comes the boost from the turbos. And the Wild Thing had the reaction time advantage, and he gets the win on the double breakout, 5:16 to 179.95 miles an hour for Rick Blethroad. Steve Carter, that thing, whenever he stepped off the throttle, it started bouncing down there toward the top end, and that was a little bit dangerous. 5:13.2, 170 miles an hour. He was behind Rick Blethroad on the starting line. Rick was 091. Steve Carter was 249. Breaks it out by 68 hundredths of a second, 68 thousandths of a second, 170 miles an hour better than that. So Steve Carter, he found the performance, picked it up a little bit, but a little bit too much. Rick Blethroad is your winner. So we have one more pair, and then it'll be a bye run for Cody Childress, your number 1 qualifier. That pair is being pulled to the hold rope now. It's Bill Wire and Eric Dement. Bill, the BW Construction. Alcoholic Behavior. Looks like they're going to be pulling him possibly to the far lane. Eric Dement driving the real bad boy.
All right, so here they are in the Fun and Sun Boats and Tackle and Yamaha left lane. Boat number 1028 is Bill Wire out of Marble Falls, Texas. Calls the boat Alcoholic Behavior. He comes in your number 2 qualifier with a 5:25.7 on a 5.2 index. Sponsored by B&W Construction Company, Opie's Barbecue, Jackson Electric, Bayside Buggies, BCMT Trucking, Truck Country Outfitters. And special thanks to his hard-working crew. And in the Pat Kinsey Drive all right lane, boat number 777, Eric Dement holding to roll himself a little bit of luck here. Calls the boat Real Bad Boy. Out of Luling, Texas, he's your number 3 qualifier with a 5:17.9. Special thanks to the crew, Perch, Bass, Brandon, Kaysen, and Logan. And thanks to Ronnie Odom for all the help.
I'm going to venture to say that this is probably going to be one of the best side-by-side races of the entire event.
This could be a photo finish. Or it could be an absolute blowout. You never know.
That's why we...
And both of these guys drive the heck out of a drag boat, so...
That's why we actually race them, though. I mean, if you were to just qualify everybody and then whoever, was the fastest wins, that's no fun because you never know what can happen in the sport of drag boat racing. They get them lined up, pointed straight down the river. Fire them up and let them go. Bill Wire will be in that far lane. Eric Dement over here in the near lane.
You just about couldn't ask for better water conditions either. It's absolutely perfect. Turn these guys loose, let them run.
Little choppy, which is what the capsule boat's like.
Hard part's going to be keeping it under that 5.2 index.
Because when the water gets good and the air is pretty decent early in the morning,
Both set down and run like crazy. Yeah, it's going to be fun. Whole lot of fun.
Waiting on Gary Gray to give the signal to go yellow. Good morning, Sid Anderson. How are you? Good to see you as well. That's my buddy right there.
Top eliminator, need your boats at the end ramp, please. Top eliminator, need your boats at the end ramp. Pro eliminator, start warming them up. Quick eliminator, stand by. Top eliminator, bring them to the end ramp, please. Pro eliminator, start warming them up.
All right, capsule's about to go down. Couple of blower cars going down. I hope nobody's still asleep here in Waco, Texas. They won't be for long. And the wind light goes to Eric DeMint, 5:31.1, 162 miles an hour. Probably not the run that they were looking for. He had the reaction time advantage against Bill Wire. Bill's boat, 0.07 of a second too quick, went 5:19.3, 178.79 miles an hour for Bill Wire. Eric DeMint sneaks on by with the wind light, running not exactly what they wanted, 5:31 and 162 miles an hour. He was off the throttle just a little bit, I do believe. Knew that he was out in front of Bill Wire, stepped off of it a little bit, give himself some room.
Bill was pushing, trying to get there.
Yeah, he was.
I told you we might see some under 5.2s, and there it was.
Told you it'd be a great side-by-side race, though, and I was right.
You smell the fuel?
Oh, yeah. I love
Yeah.
alcohol in the morning. Not that kind, you know. It's never good if you're smelling
Hey,
it
I'm
in the
not
morning.
judging you, man. Whatever. Cody Childress is in the left lane. Fun and Sun Boats tackling Yamaha left lane is boat number 077. Calls that boat Bad Influence out of Nemo, Texas. Travis Tuttle, BAE, Lenco Transmissions, TD's Transmissions, Kaylin and Betty Childress, Ken Jenkins, and special thanks to his wife and kids, Bentley, Braxton, Brady, and Blakely. Thanks to Mama Judy.
I want to know where Cody got the name of the boat. I want to know if he was talking about Travis Tuttle being a bad influence on him, or Travis. Where'd the name of the boat come from? Bad influence. Who is the bad influence? Is it Cody? Probably. Yeah.
He said, yeah, it's Cody.
Travis blamed it on him. I thought that was going to happen. But your number one qualifier, he earned it in qualifying too. 5:21.1. Got that boat on the string for sure. They took the screw blower off of it, put a roots blower on it, which you think, you know, they were having a tough time slowing it down with the screw blower, which of course, you know, when a screw blower makes 70 pounds of boost, you know, and a roots blower is going to make 35 or 40, it's going to be a little bit easier to control. So that's what they have done, and it's worked out for them so far here this weekend. And I guarantee he will run this thing out the back to see what it's going to do. I'm not going to put money on it because I've already lost enough today, but that's what I'm guessing.
Keep telling you not to be making bets.
All right, so as soon as Cody gets set, give Gary Gray the thumbs up, and we'll send him. All right, so the boat's fired up. Cody's sitting there anxiously awaiting to see what the time slip says for him as soon as he crosses the 1,000-foot clocks. He will have Rick Blethroad in the second round. Eric DeMint gets a bye into the finals. Capsule's down. Here we go. Really nice run, 5:18.0, 173.72 miles an hour for Cody Childress. He was 0:31 red, so jumped the gun just a little bit, get that out of his system for the rest of race day today. Cody Childress, a nice run straight down the boulevard, 5:18.0, 173 for him, and that is going to be all for me.
Out of here,
Thank
buddy.
you guys so much for allowing me to come up
Colton
here.
Jordan, you are always welcome. Come up here and hang out with us.
Absolutely. I've enjoyed Waco. It's where it all started
It's
for
been
me.
a whole lot of fun.
Thank you guys so much, and I will see you guys hopefully in 2023.
There you go, man. You be safe getting home. Top eliminator, we need your boats to the in-ramp, please. Top eliminator, you guys are running late. Top eliminator, need your boats at the in-ramp, please. I need top eliminator to the in-ramp, please. All right, here we go. Moving into Pro Mod. Running on a 5.6 second index in the Fun and Sun boats and tackle left lane is boat number 927. That's going to be Robin Reed. Comes in as your number 3 qualifier with a 5.62 and 6 out of Arlington, Texas. That boat's a Texas outrigger with a blown alcohol 565 cubic inch engine strapped in back there. Sponsored by Two Guys Marine, Texas Outrigger Boats, CCR Fiberglass and Marine, NGK Spark Plugs, Fun and Sun Boats and Tackle, Trinity Racing Ministries. Special thanks to the crew chief Wesley Ice, the family, Crystal, Emily, Claire, Bob, Debbie, the total family for all they do, Cody Childress for the motor program, and the crew, Bink and Bart Giles. And in the pack engine drywall right lane is Daryl Mad Max Ehrlich. Calls the boat out of reach. Boat number 178, he's driving for Doug Mater. They're racing out of Round Rock, Texas, sponsored by Daryl's Equipment, Social Security, and Retirement. Special thanks to the whole crew, Jordan Hayes at Hayes Welding, Waco. Also to Daryl and Angie, Chris, Randall, Yvonne, Mackenzie, Angela, and Dan. Special thanks to Robert Jers for the four-wheeler. Pro Modified, your first pair. Winner goes to the semifinal round. Robin Reed wound too tight in the left lane. Daryl Ehrlich out of reach in the right. Watch those capsules. They're going to go down any second. That's a good time to mash that record button. Here we go. And your winner's going to be in the left-hand lane. It's going to be Robin Reed, wound too tight. Daryl Ehrlich gets a little antsy and breaks out by 57 thousandths of a second. Robin Reed was slow coming off the line even. He got beat by 0.3 of a second. But he still managed to make it go. Ran a 6.54 with a 5.64 with a 9, for 56 mile an hour pass. And Robin Reed, the crowd goes wild. Robin's moving to the next round. So, corn dogs for everybody. Second. Top eliminator, this is your final call. Top eliminator, final call. Pro eliminator, bring them to the in-ramp, please. Pro eliminator, bring them to the in-ramp. Quick eliminator, I need you guys warmed up, ready to go. Top eliminator, this is your final call. Pro eliminator, you guys need to start warming them up. Or bring them to the in-ramp, sorry. Quick eliminator, start warming them up. All right, here we go. Next pair for Pro Mod. In the Fun and Sun, boats, tackle, and Yamaha left-hand lane is boat number 459. That is Henry Bainey. Calls the boat Don't Blink out of Burton, Texas. That's a Curtis 501 Hydro powered by Chevrolet, sponsored by Ranch King Trailers, Schaefer Racing Oil, Western Airways, Rick Heidel, American Brick and Stone, Gomez Landscaping, Hunt and Hunt, Central Texas Jet Boats, Roosters Repairs, American Fiberglass Repair, and thanks to the Naughty crew, y'all rock. They're all right here. Everybody, and we love you, Mama Alice. Got to put that out there too. In the Pat Kinsey drywall right lane is Steve Walls. Shaken, not stirred, the name of that machine. Boat number 007. Racing out of San Angelo, Texas, sponsored by Fastline Fabrication, Walls Tractor Repair, Machine Works, Buddy E.S. Johnson, Joe Yarbrough, FPC Services, James and Judy Sheffield, Wayman Pitchford Incorporated, Schaefer Oils, O'Reilly Auto Parts in San Angelo, William R. Pascal Sons Fine Woodworking, Extreme Barbecue, and the crew, Michelle, Sella, Bruce, Seth, Stephen, Jason, Shanna, Tag, Cody, and Mandy. There's 5 seconds on the countdown, y'all. Here we go. Don't blink. And the crowd goes wild again. Your winner's going to be in the left lane. That's going to be Henry Bainey, and Don't Blink. Runs a 578 with an 8 on a 5.6 on a 98,000th of a second reaction time. Stephen Walls a little slower coming off the line and slower at the other end. Ran a 581 with a 2 on 1500ths of a second for a reaction time, and that just wasn't enough. Tough luck for Steve Walls. We'll see if maybe he comes back around for the second chance, but Henry Bainey will be moving to the next round. And Robin Reed will be right there waiting for him. So don't forget, racers, if you get eliminated in the first round, you will have an opportunity to buy back in. We are going to do a second chance buyback. It'll cost you $25. You'll pay your money at the in-ramp. There's a 70-30 split for first and second place at the end of the day. Do not come yet. We will call you when we get to the end, but we are getting close. Pro Eliminator, you guys should be headed to the in-ramp. Pro Eliminator should be headed to the in-ramp. Quick Eliminator, you guys should be warmed up, ready to go. Pro Comp Flat, stand by. And then second chance will be coming up right after that, so stand by for that as well. All right, here's your next pair of Pro Mods. In the Fun and Sun, Boats and Tackle and Yamaha left-hand lane. Boat number 832 is Jay Hudgens out of Burnett, Texas. Calls the boat Aquaholic. Comes in as your number 5 qualifier with a 572 and 8. Sponsored by Magnum Trailers, Reality's Italian Cafe, roostersrepairs.com, and Cody Childress. And special thanks to the crew chief, Dustin Hudgens, and the crew for all of their help. In the Pat Kinsey drywall right lane is your number 4 qualifier. That's going to be Greg Lempar. He calls that boat Anger Management. Boat number 115 out of Comfort, Texas. Sponsored by Jeff Rose, the Cocky Rooster Bar, Jeff Trailer Hill Sales, and thanks to Jamie and Jerry. 5.6 seconds will be the index. We get these guys up there. Hey, don't forget, it's not quite lunchtime, but it's probably getting close. People start thinking about being a little hungry. Jasper's Barbecue is set up back here. They've got brisket sandwiches, sausage wraps, ribs, jalapeno poppers. Norma and Joe Donovan, burgers, chips, sweet tea. They've got all that set up back there. And then Fat Stacks Concessions with steak kebabs and drinks. Pro Eliminator, this is your final call. Pro Eliminator, your final call. Quick Eliminator, need your boats at the in-ramp, please. Quick Eliminator, need your boats to the in-ramp. Pro Comp Flat. Start warming them up and get ready. And then Second Chance, you guys will be up right after that. It's also kind of hot out here, so number one, make sure you're staying well hydrated. Lots of water today, folks. And also, if you need to cool down real quick, Shiver Me Shavers is set up back here. They're doing snow cones, smoothies, iced coffees. They brought us snow cones yesterday. It was amazing. It was exactly what we needed at the perfect time. It cooled us all down. We were ready to go for the rest of the afternoon. So keep those guys in mind. Thank you, Jeremy. We appreciate you doing that for us, by the way. We got two runs left for Pro Modified. Jay Hudgens, Aquaholic in the left lane. Greg Lempar and Anger Management in the right. After that, we're going to see Mallory Carroll and Jade Kanasek coming out. I see them pulling them to the in-ramp right now. All right, clock is running. We got 20 seconds on the countdown. Watch those capsules when they close. It's go time. That's a real good time to hit those record buttons. And there you go. Your winner's going to be in the left-hand lane. That's Jay Hudgens, an Aquaholic. He got off the line in 2200ths of a second and ran a 5.600 on a 5.6 index. He ran a 5.6 flat at 159 miles an hour, and he'll take the win. Greg Lempar got a little fast on the other side and broke out by 22 thousandths of a second. And that is all she wrote unless he turns around, comes back for the second chance. Jay Hudgens be moving to the next round. And all that will remain is to find out whether it'll be Mallory Carroll or Cade Genesek in the other lane when Jay Hudgens comes back around. And the way we get to that is by doing this right here. In the Fun and Sons boat tackling Yamaha left lane. Boat number 810 is Mallory Carroll out of Marble Falls, Texas. In a boat she calls a little more therapy. Your number one qualifier with a 5.602. Sponsored by David Carroll Racing, WCR, and Trinity Racing Ministries. In the Pat Kinsey drywall right lane, boat number 255 is Cade Genesek. All or nothing, brand new machine. They worked hard with that thing all the way through San Angelo trying to get it going, and they've still struggled just a little bit out here this weekend as well. Hopefully they've got it dialed in and figured out. JP&E, Kirkland Marine, DBR, RFC, David Kirkland Racing, all of those folks helping. Cade Genesek never actually was able to make a qualifying run yesterday. Comes in as the number 8 spot. They worked on it hard last night and all during the afternoon, and hopefully they've got it figured out. And we will find out here in a little while. And Mallory Carroll yesterday ran a little fast. She was running 5:53, 5:59, 5:72. And then out of nowhere, the last run, she ran a 5:43, a 5:57, and then on the last run out of nowhere, run a 5.602, and that was enough to get her the number one qualifying spot. If I remember right, she jumped up like 6 spots to get there. It was a pretty cool deal to see. This young lady can drive. Just got to give her the opportunity. I see them pulling the top alcohol flats out there. That'll be a whole lot of fun. We'll get to that in just a minute. Right now, we got to get through this run. Quick eliminator, we need your boats at the in-ramp, please. Quick eliminator, need your boats at the in-ramp. Pro comp flat, need you guys warmed up, ready to go. Quick eliminator, need you guys at the in-ramp, please. So the delay is we had a boat come in down there at the shutdown area coming up the river, so they're kind of shooing that person back down the other way so we can turn these guys loose. That's what we're holding on. All right, starter called for the lights. There's 25 seconds on the countdown. And I think I had them the other way a while ago, but either way, Cade Genesek, all or nothing, is going to be in the left lane. Mallory Carroll, a little more therapy in the right. Capsules are down. Here we go. I do not know what happened there, but I guarantee you that is not a happy camper in that little yellow boat right there. Cade Genesek, though, is your winner. Gets a little stroke of luck. He actually ran a 6:24 with a 6. A little bit of a stutter start getting off the line, 75 hundredths of a second, and then it kind of sputtered and then fired and ran it the rest of the way down. Good luck for Cade Genesek. Bad luck for Mallory Carroll. Like I said, I don't know what happened. Looked like it didn't fire up right away. Almost 10 seconds before she got off the line. All right, here we go. Top alcohol flat. If y'all have not seen these guys run, you need to stand by and watch this because it's a whole lot of fun. Top alcohol flat, the funny cars of drag boat racing. Take a big old friggin' blown alcohol engine and strap it on the back of a flat bottom boat, and then you flop a little wing up there and hopefully try to keep the back end in the water on the way down. Marcus Kinsey driving for Jimmy Kinsey. They call that boat Bad Company, and they are in the Pat Kinsey drywall right-hand lane. Boat number 079 out of Marble Falls. Sponsored by J&M Kinsey Plumbing, Chewy's Body Works, and CP Carrillo. He ran 5.8 yesterday. Quick Eliminator, this is your final call to the in-ramp. Quick Eliminator, this is your final call to the in-ramp. Pro Comp Flat. You guys are up. Go ahead and bring them to the in-ramp, please. Pro Comp Flat, bring them to the in-ramp. Which means second chance. You guys need to be grabbing your gear, warming the boats up, and getting ready. We will be calling you very, very shortly. Anyway, so back to the top alcohol flat. The records, SDBA records for that particular class are 173 miles an hour and a 5 flat ET. Both of those belong to Shazam, which I believe Tony Scarlatta was probably the driver at that moment. That man can drive that kind of a flat bottom boat. But anyways, so this boat more than capable of a 5+ second index and 150 to 170 mile an hour pass. Some of the craziest runs I think I've ever seen in top alcohol flat were in the Party to the Max machine. Bill Miller, he had all kinds of fun with that thing last year. Unfortunately, we lost Max this year. We're celebrating him this weekend, actually. All right, clock's running. 20 seconds on the countdown. Marcus Kinsey, top alcohol flat. They call the boat Bad Company. Hoping for a nice, smooth, clean run all the way down, but anything can happen. There's the capsule. Here we go. Yeah. There you go. He runs a 5:58 with a 7 for 140 mile an hour pass. 32 thousandths of a second. And Marcus Kinsey showing us how it's done. You see how much of that boat was drafted in the water, a couple of inches at the back of the boat. That's all there is. And that fin is all that's holding it down. Those things will fly in a hurry. Marcus Kinsey does a great job. And puts that one in the books. There you go. All right, here we go. Moving into top eliminator now on a 7-second index. In the Fun and Sun Boats and Tackle left lane, boat number 655 is Ashley Winslet out of Dallas, Texas. Calls the boat Vanishing Breed. Sponsored by Rebecca Banks. Fastline Fabrications. racing in memory of Jerry, Nancy, and Max racing in heaven. And in the Pat Kinsey drywall right lane, boat number 715 is Jerry Branham out of Tyler, Texas. Calls the boat Back in Black, sponsored by WeSellGrass.com, Eagle Motorsports, Lone Star Pump, and FloatFix.com. Here we go. Ashley Winslet gets there too fast by 28 thousandths of a second, and your winner's going to be in the right lane, Jerry Branham. We'll be moving to the next round. Ran a 7:07 with a 4 on a 1/1500th of a second reaction time. Ashley Winslet, 43 hundredths of a second for her reaction time, and I think she was just pushing, trying to get there in time. Ran a 6:97 with a 1 on a 7-second index. Tough luck for Ashley Winslet, but I bet we'll see her in the second chance. She's not the kind to just quit now. Pro Comp Flat, need your boats at the in-ramp, please. Pro Comp Flat, we need your boats at the in-ramp. Second chance. You guys need to be warmed up, ready to go. Pro Comp Flat, need your boats at the in-ramp. Second chance, need you to grab your gear, get warmed up, and be ready. Be calling you to the line shortly. $25, you need to bring exact change. Pay your money at the in-ramp. 70-30 split, first and second place. And you have an opportunity to keep racing on this beautiful day in Waco, Texas. All right, here we go. Next pair. In the Fun and Sun Boats and Tackle left lane, boat number 050 is Bob Winder out of Lake Hills, Texas. Boat called Mama's Diamond. Sponsored by Merrick Brothers, Hudson's Automotive, Site Pro, United Rentals, L&W Materials, Action Gypsum, Lone Star Materials, and United Tool. And in the Pat Kinsey drywall right lane, boat number 405 is Mr. Matt Miller out of El Reno, Oklahoma. In a boat called Miller Time, sponsored by Miller Excavation and Huffman Performance and Smoke on the Water. Here we go. Well, Mama's Diamond did not shine today. That is unfortunate for Bob Winder. I believe we're going to need truck and trailer for boat number 050. Back to the in-ramp, please. Truck and trailer for 050. Back to the in-ramp. Your winner is going to be Matt Miller in the right lane. Miller Time moving to the next round. He knew it. 12 hundredths of a second for a reaction time. He looked over his shoulder about half track and realized there was nobody there and kind of stepped out of it just a little bit. Only did a 7:38 with a 7. And your next pair looks like this in the Fun and Sun Boats and Tackle and Yamaha left lane. Boat number 411 is Ryan Benson out of Mansfield, Texas. That boat's a Curtis with a Ryer Morrison 540 for power. Sponsored by Complete Wiring Solutions, All-Star Motors, Patty Doyle. Special thanks to Steve and Stephanie Myro. Bo Myro, the shop, Speed and Ring. They call that boat Fool's Circle. He is your number one qualifier with a 7003. In the Pat Kinsey drywall right lane, boat number 494 is George Olson. Out of Galveston, Texas, calls the boat Olson Piling. Calls the boat Money Well Wasted. He's your number 6 qualifier with a 7.4 on a 7-second index. He ran too fast the first times he qualified yesterday, first round and second round, and then ran a little slow the third round, but it was good enough to get him into the spot. All right, so sportsman class only. Sorry, I didn't say that earlier for second chance. No pro boats. Sportsman's class only. No pro boats for the second chance, but you do need to be warming up and getting ready. Pro Comp Flat, you guys need to be at the in-ramp. Pro Comp Flat, you guys need to be at the in-ramp. You are running late. Ryan Benson full circle in the left lane. George Olson money well wasted in the right. Top eliminator. Winner will get a bye run into the final round, where they will face either Jerry Branham or Matt Miller. And we'll find that out in a minute, but here they go. Ryan Benson got the whole shot and takes the win, ran a 7:004. He was your number one qualifier, if you remember, with a 7:003. He's got that boat dialed in. Welcome back, sir. Came in yesterday, made a couple of license passes, hadn't raced for a while, but that boat is ready to roll. George Olson on the other side, 0.6 of a second for reaction time, and then pushed too hard trying to get caught up and broke out by 71 thousandths of a second. But Ryan Benson, he's still got it. He's here, he's ready to compete. Let's see what happens. All right, here we go. Into Pro Eliminator. These guys running on a 6.5 second index. And taking a bye run into the final is going to be Cersei Elrod. Your number one qualifier yesterday on a 6.5 index. He ran a 6:55 and 3. Out of Greenbrier, Arkansas. They call that boat Obsession. Ten seconds on the countdown. Cersei Elrod and Obsession taking a bye run into the final round for Pro Eliminator. Well, would you look at that? Yesterday, number one qualifier, he came in there with a 6:55 and 3, and right now just ran a 6:501. 6:501 for a 123 mile an hour pass with 17 thousandths of a second for a reaction time. Let's see, Dawson Dickerson and Gavin Snyder getting ready to run here in a minute, but those guys need to be paying attention because Cersei Elrod's got that deal locked in. He is not going to make it easy for anybody, I guarantee you that. Speaking of Dawson and Gavin, here they are in the Fun and Sun Boats Tackle and Yamaha left lane. Boat number 789 is Dawson Dickerson. Calls the boat Dad's Pocketbook. Sponsored by Harry's Machine. Affordable Engine, Olson Pilings, and SWAT Speed and Marine. And in the Pat Kinsey Drywall right lane, boat number 657. They call that one 6 to Midnight. That is Gavin Snyder driving for Mickey Snyder. Sponsored by Snyder Motorsports, Napa, Rio Medina Truck and Auto, Rio Fab and Welding, Custom Powder Coating, Four-Way Bar and Grill, Trinity Racing Ministries, Lilly Construction, Long's Machine and Construction, there we go, RTS Construction, Reagan and Angie Everett, Guild Mortgage, Postal Annex, your home office, Rowdy Tees, Twisted Tags and Embroidery, and thanks to the family and crew. 5 seconds on the countdown. Gavin Schneider, Dawson Dickerson. Winner goes to the final. Here we go. Oops. Gavin Snyder, they were pushing each other all the way down. They ran a 6:45 and a 6:48 respectively, and both broke out, so double breakout round, but Gavin Snyder's breakout was less, and he knew, I think, that they were pushing each other. He knew that they were working hard, and he got out of it right at the end, right before he crossed the beams there, and it was enough. Gavin Snyder will be your winner. He'll face Cersei Elrod in the final. All right, and we're going to move to quick eliminator now. Here's your first pair. For Fun and Sun Boats Tackle and Yamaha Left Lane is going to be boat number 910. That is Larry Flores. Calls the boat Hydroclimatic, racing out of Las Cruces, New Mexico. Your number 3 qualifier, sponsored by Dynamic Racing Engines, Pine Top Construction. My wife, Kim Flores. Special thanks to Tom Garcia and all the shop boys, the Body Works, and the good Lord above. And in the Pat Kinsey Drywall right lane, boat number 110 is Ken Jenkins, Through the Fire. It's a Cole powered by Chevrolet. Racing for Mother Carol from Virginia. Your number 3 qualifier, your number 4 qualifier. And your winner is going to be in the right lane. It's going to be Ken Jenkins, Through the Fire. We had a double breakout. Ken Jenkins only broke out by 27 thousandths. Larry broke out by 36 thousandths. And that'll do it. Couple of 146, 147 mile an hour passes. That was a really good race right there. Could have been anybody's game, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on which side of the course you were on. Ken Jenkins gets there 1/100th of a second slower than Larry Flores, and that made all the difference in the world. Larry will be moving to the second chance or something, and Ken Jenkins will be moving to the next round. Here comes your next pair. In the Fun and Sun Boats and Tackle left lane, boat number 505, that's Brody Martin. Calls the boat In the Red. Sponsored by Phil's Automotive and Towing, Bandera Auto and Truck Supply, Propane Depot, JPM Farms LLC, JC Jones Enterprises Incorporated, Lake Medina RV Resort, Winters Electric, Brutal Off-Road, Water Boys, Environmental Comfort Solutions, the Bassinger family, Walker Ranch, Billy and Ricky Walker. Thank you to all of our sponsors. We greatly appreciate your support. And running in loving memory of James Salisbury. In the Pat Kinsey Drywall right lane, boat number 392 is Jason Gothard. Calls the boat Texas Red out of San Angelo, Texas. Sponsored by Buddy Johnson, Steve Pruitt, Travis and Kim Dusick, Fastline Fabrication, Walls Tractor, Wayman Pitchford, James Brown, Judy Sheffield, FPC Services. Thanks to the crew chief, Terry Marshall, the family, Wayne Jackson, Joe Yarbrough, Jerry and Jessica Hardwick, Bruce and Stella Hodges. Whew. Texas Red gets the win in the right-hand lane. 6:005 on a 6-second index, and that is the way you get it done. He had Brody Martin pushing. Brody ran a 5:95 with a 5 and broke out by 44 thousandths of a second. But Jason Gothard held tight, and he gets the win, moving to the next round. All right, second chance buyback. We're ready for you guys at the in-ramp. Sportsman's classes, $25 to get in. Pay your money at the in-ramp. They want you to bring exact change, please. Second chance. You guys are ready at the in-ramp. Bring them down. Top Alcohol Hydro. Start warming them up. Personal Watercraft, stand by. You guys will be up after that. All right, here's your next and final pair for Quick Eliminator. Winner gets a buy run all the way into the final round. In the Fun and Sun, Boats Tackle and Yamaha left lane, boat number 623 is Sambo Smith, out of Morro Bay, Arkansas. Calls the boat Sucker Punch. Number 1 qualifier with a 6:009. That is a blown 540 he's got strapped back in the back. Sponsored by Sambo Logging, GNC Machine, Brazos Feed, and Morro Bay Mafia. And in the Pat Kinsey Drywall right lane, boat number 060 is Ray Males, out of Choctaw, Oklahoma, in a boat he calls Blue Thunder. Sponsored by the Landing Zone, Blues Country Club, Dr. Feelgoods, Henson Racing Engines. Special thanks to the Males family. Make it possible for Ray to be here. Mama Cheryl, we miss you. We love you. Robert Ledbetter, always helping out. The Honey Badger. Ray Males, Blue Thunder in the right lane. Sambo Smith. And the Sucker Punch in the left. Sorry, Dave. Starter called for the lights. 20 seconds. Second chance. You guys should be headed to the in-ramp. Second chance should be headed to the in-ramp. Top Alcohol Hydro. Get them warmed up and ready. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. The winner's going to be in the right-hand lane. We had a double red light, but Sambo's red light was only 32 thousandths. Ray Males was 34 hundredths of a second, and your winner is going to be in the left lane. Sambo Smith gets just a little bit of luck, and that's going to be enough. It'll take him into the semifinal, which then earns him a bye run into the final round, where he will face either Jason Goddard or Ken Jenkins. And we'll have to wait a little while to see how that one shakes out. All right, here we go. We are now going to run Pro Comp Flat. Another one of those classes where anything can happen. These guys either run super crazy smooth or they run super crazy. It's one of the two. Take a little flat bottom boat, put a 500 or more cubic inch engine on the back of it, and tell it to go. Your number one qualifier is in the Fun and Sun Boats Tackle and Yamaha left lane, boat number 502. That's Andy Comstock. Calls the boat Whiskey Tango. It's a Hondo powered by Chevrolet, sponsored by AC/DC Electric, Night Sales and Manufacturing, Elements Salon, and special thanks to his son Chase and friend Tony for all they do. And in the Pat Kinsey Drive all right lane, boat number 412 is Cole Heinrich, sponsored by Heinrich Motorsports, Vic Fugate, Jim Mans, Brian Benton. They call that boat Flat Attack. Here we go. And another double red light, and your winner's going to be in the right-hand lane, Cole Hendrick. Red lights by 27 hundredths of a second, but Andy Comstock was out a tenth of a second faster than that. And red lit by 38. And Cole Heinrich is going to take the win. He dialed in at a 6.5, ran a 6.51 with a 2. It was a beautiful run all the way around, just got a little antsy. And then caught a stroke of luck. All right, here we go. In the Fun and Sun, boats tackle in Yamaha left lane. Boat number 323 is Frank Carter out of Liberty Hills, Texas. Calls the boat Flat Flying, sponsored by Magnum Trailers. His wife, Carrie Carter, his financial advisor. And special thanks to his relentless crew, Everett and Jarrett Huddleston and the Hudgens family. He's dialed in at a 595. In the Pat Kinsey drywall right-hand lane, boat number 099 is Dylan Crownover, driving for Jimmy Kinsey. Calls the boat Bad Company 2 out of Granite Shoals, Texas. Grandma, Grandpa, Crownover Fence and Welding, J&M Kinsey Plumbing helping out. They're dialed in at a 6-4. And here we go. All right. Your winner's going to be in the left lane. That's going to be Frank Carter, Flat Flying. Dialed in at a 595, ran a 589 and broke out by 56 thousandths of a second. But Dylan Crownover broke out by 59 thousandths of a second, and that'll do it. Dialed in at a 6.4, ran a 634. They both had great starts. Tough luck for Dylan Crownover, just pushed it just a hair too hard. And Frank Carter takes the win, moves to the next round. There they are. In the Fun and Sun boats tackle and Yamaha left lane, boat number 034, all the way over from Los Alamos, New Mexico. That's Jeff Luring. Calls the boat Nasty Rumors, your number 3 qualifier. And he's dialed in at a 586, thanks to Jay and Lori Crocker. His crew chief, Tony Elam. In the Pat Kinsey drywall right lane, boat number 331 is Tim Ortiz, Never Satisfied. He's dialed in at a 658, running out of Conroe, Texas. Pat Kinsey drywall. Well, check this out. If you were watching, you did not see this coming. Jeff Luring going to be your winner in the left lane. Tim Ortiz had him with all kinds of a hole shot. Jeff Luring 14 hundredths of a second for reaction time. Ortiz was off the line in 7 thousandths of a second. But he dialed in a 658, ran a 654 with a 7 and broke out by 32 thousandths of a second. And that is it for Tim Ortiz. Jeff Luring will be moving to the next round. All right, here we go. Your next pair for Pro Comp Flat and your final pair for Pro Comp Flat. Winner will move on to face Jeff Luring in the semifinal round. In the Fun and Sun boats and tackle left lane, boat number 238 is Vic Fugate. Calls the boat Flat Blacked Out. Special thanks to Brent Fugate, Tony Hendrick Racing Engines, Two Guys Marine, and David Carroll Racing. He's dialed in at a 662. In the Pat Kinsey drywall right lane, boat number 075 is Larry Skiro, calls the boat Flat Nasty out of Highland Haven, Texas. Sponsored by Blue Water Irrigation and Landscape, John and Pat Heineke, Signs Across Texas, Joey Witterberg Construction, Charlotte Cormier with EXP Realty. Your winner's going to be in the right-hand lane, Larry Skiro. We'll move to the next round. He dialed in at a 598, only ran a 604 with a 7. But Vic Fugate jumped early, 82 thousandths of a second too fast, and the damage was already done. In fact, Vic Fugate was too fast at both ends. He ran 15 hundredths of a second too fast at the big end of the course as well. Final call for second chance buyback. You guys need to be back to the in-ramp. Second chance. This is your final call. Top Alcohol Hydro. Bring them to the line, please. Top Alcohol Hydro. We are ready for your boats at the lanes. Second chance. This is your last chance. Quite literally. Personal watercraft. Start warming them up. Get ready. Personal watercraft. Warm them up. Get ready. Stock eliminator. You guys are on deck after that. All right, here we go. Second chance buyback. I said this a while ago. It's one of my favorite classes, believe it or not. Even though we have, you know, top alcohol, top fuel hydro, we've got pro comp flat. I mean, there's some, you can take your pick of pretty much any class out here, and they're all fun to watch. But second chance to me is always the most fun just because you never know what you're going to get. You could have a 7-second boat running against a personal watercraft. You could have whatever. In this case, we have 2 personal watercraft, but it's a whole lot of fun to watch, and it definitely puts these guys' skill on display, and that's pretty cool. So the first round for second chance in the Fun and Sun Boats Tackle and Yamaha left lane, boat number 1469 is Colton Byler. Calls the boat Stretch. He's dialed in at a 12 and 39. In the Pat Kinsey drywall right lane, boat number 19 is Lynn Blackburn. Calls the boat Doing Time 2. Sponsored by Ted Soko DDS, Sports Medicine Associates, Richard Stephen MD, Courtney and Josh Edwards, JW Construction, Hugh Gear Collision, Docks and Boat Rescue in Medina Lake. And she dialed in at a 10.4. So we get a double red light. But Colton Byler jumped way earlier, and Lynn Blackburn going to be your winner in the right-hand lane, and she'll move to the next round. Top Alcohol Hydro. We're ready for your boats at the in-ramp. Personal watercraft should be warming up, making ready. Stock Eliminator. Grab your gear, put some fuel in the boat, make sure the plug's in. Get ready. starting to get close to lunchtime. If you're thinking maybe you're hungry, we do have some food vendors on the property. Jasper's Barbecue set up back there with brisket sandwiches, sausage wraps, ribs, jalapeno poppers. Norma and Joe Donovan are set up back there with burgers, chips, sweet tea. Fat Stacks Concessions has got steak kebabs and drinks. And then, of course, Jeremy Williams is back there with Shiver Me Shavers, snow cones, smoothies, and iced coffees. Also, don't forget, while you're back there, stop by and visit with Beverly back there at Drag Boat Review. Get yourself a subscription to the fastest news on the water. They follow drag boat racing all across the country. You can find out pretty much anything you want to know about how things are going at any other racing association, including this one. Go by and talk to Beverly about that. She's also got a ton of shirts and koozies and hats and all kinds of stuff back there. So go visit with them at the Drag Boat Review trailer right back here behind us. And then right next to them is Mimi's Busy Bees. That's Patricia. She's got a booth set up back there with cups and other items. So cruise on back there, take a look at what's there. So the way this second chance buyback works is it's all dial-in now. So they're going to come up, they're going to tell us what they think they run. Most of them will dial in pretty close to whatever their index is, if they're indexed boats. Sometimes if they just ran hot and they know the boat's going to continue to run hot, they'll dial in faster than what they usually do, and we'll see how that goes. But either way, the computer builds in the head start. So in this particular race right now, we've got Ricky Brooks in the left lane dialed in at a 9:14. And we've got Blackie Bame dialed in at a 10:3 on the other side. So about a minute or a second and a half or so difference between the two boats. Second and a quarter. Ricky Brooks in American Pride, boat number 1776, is in the Fun and Sun Boats and Tackle left lane. Been working on the boat for 3 years. Sponsored by Cool Creations, Boat Docks, Winger Race Engines, Central Texas Jets, and his tuner Mickey Harlow. In the Pack-Enzie drywall right lane, Blackie Bame and Blackie's Magic out of Rio Medina, Texas. And Blackie Bame takes the win in the right lane. Ricky Brooks jumped early, 0.13 of a second too fast, earned himself a red light. Blackie Bame broke out at the other end, 57 thousandths of a second too fast. On a 10.3 dial-in, he ran a 10.24 and a 2. But the red light was already done, and Ricky Brooks will head back to the trailer. Blackie Bame moving to the next round. Here's your next pair in the Fun and Sun Boats and Tackle left lane. Boat number 789, Dawson Dickerson. Calls that boat Dad's Pocketbook. Pro Eliminator normally. He's dialed in right now at a 642. Sponsored by Harry's Machine, Affordable Engine, Olson Pilings, and SWAT Speed and Marine. And in the Pat Kinsey drywall right lane is boat number 402, Melton Whittlesey. He got turned sideways last time. Hopefully he's got this squared away. Calls the boat Little Bud. Sponsored by Infamous Brewery, Lakeway Signs, and crew chief Daryl Heston helping out. He's dialed in at an 8.2. Melton Whittlesey. Your winner's going to be Dawson Dickerson in the left-hand lane. Dad's pocketbook moving to the next round. He dialed in at a 642, ran a 646, 35 hundredths of a second for a reaction time. And Larry Skiro right there. What's up, man? Melton Whittlesey, he came over to talk to me earlier. He got turned sideways by the current the first round in Model Eliminator. And he said, yeah, I'm going to come back, try and do it again. And then he ended up red lighting. Got off the line 16 hundredths of a second too early. And then broke out at the big end as well, 41 thousandths of a second too fast at the top end of the course. So tough luck for Melton. That'll be the end of his day. Dawson Dickerson moving to the next round. Anyways. While I'm waiting on my next pair, don't forget to stop by here and see Emily at the SDBA merchandise trailer. She's got, you still got event shirts back there? All out? No what? No. No large. Okay, I got you. We need to get you a microphone. That doesn't work. I got it already. Now everybody's going to yell at me. All right, here we go. Your next pair. In the Fun and Sun, boats and tackle left lane. Boat number 0647 is Garrick Schneider. Calls the boat Young Gun. He's dialed in at a 926. And in the Pat Kinsey drywall right lane, boat number 494, Money Well Wasted. George Olson out of Galveston, Texas. He's dialed in at a 692. And your winner's going to be in the left lane, Garrick Snyder. The Young Gun gets it done. Whew. You see what I did there? 926 he dialed in at, ran a 934 with a 1. George Olson got a little nervous and ran too fast. He dialed in at a 692, ran a 6906, broke out by 13 thousandths of a second. Okay, as I was saying, before the racers rudely interrupted me with their loud engines, was that the SDBA merchandise trailer is set up back here. You need to go see Emily and her crew back here. They have event shirts, but they're out of large. They still have shirts from Little More Therapy, Wild Thing, Don't Blink, Liquid Voodoo, Nitro Nuts, Flat Nasty, Out of Reach, Aquaholic, Chicks Dig It, Whiskey Tango, and Through the Fire. They also have Curtis 500 shirts and Trinity Racing Ministry shirts. All of that stuff available back there. They also have hats, stickers. Go by and see Emily, see what she's got. But she did say that the event shirts for the Party on the Brazos are going fast. So if you want one, you better go get it soon. And they're already out of large. Personal Watercraft, ready for your boats at the in-ramp, please. Personal Watercraft. We're ready for your boats back to the in-ramp. Stock Eliminator. That means you guys need to be warmed up, ready to go. Personal Watercraft to the in-ramp. Stock Eliminator. Warm them up, ready to go. Modified Eliminator. You guys are on deck. Grab your gear. All right, here we go. Your next pair for the second chance buyback. In the, we got a Personal Watercraft and a Modified Eliminator. This is what I was talking about before, and this is going to get tricky. You got Leighton Pippinger and Voodoo Therapy on a Personal Watercraft in the left lane, dialed in at a 14 and 52. You got Tyler Bame and the Slippery Pickle, dialed in at a 795 in the right lane. He's got to sit for 7 seconds watching that little jet ski fly away from him and not red light, and then he's got to get caught up. This is what makes this so much fun for me. Here we go. And he didn't get there. He broke out. Your winner is going to be in the left lane, Leighton Pippinger and Voodoo Therapy. Moving to the next round. We had a double breakout, but Tyler Bame pushing a little hard. Dialed in at a 795, ran a 784 with a 4. He did manage to sit tight on the light, 23 hundredths of a second for a reaction time, but then just pushed a little hard trying to get to that other side. That's what I was talking about when I say I really like this second chance. I mean, I know it's hard for the drivers, but that's the cool part, right, is that it's challenging, that they have to work for it. They really have to challenge their skills as a race driver. And I don't know. To me, it's just exciting to watch that happen. Tough luck for the Slippery Pickle team. I know they were hoping for a different outcome. But either way, Leighton Pippinger going to be jumping for joy because he beat that boat. All right, here we go. Your next pair for second chance. In the Fun and Sun Boats and Tackle left lane, boat number 655 is Ashley Winslet. Calls the boat Vanishing Breed. Sponsored by Rebecca Banks, Fastline Fabricators. Thanks to Mom, Dad, Brian, Chantal, Ryder, Nancy Stacks, Bill Diaz. Racing for the Davises, her mentors and family, Jerry, Nancy, and Max, racing in heaven. You will all be missed, and she's dialed in at a 695. In the Pat Kenzie Drywall right lane, boat number 050 is Bob Winder, Mama's Diamond. Dialed in at a 7 flat, sponsored by Merrick Brothers, Hudson Automotive, Site Pro, United Rentals, L&W Materials, Action Gypsum. Ashley Winslet going to take the win in the left lane. And Vanishing Breed, dialed in at a 695, ran a 712 for a 101 mile an hour pass. Bob Winder on the other side broke out by 64 thousandths of a second. Dialed in a 7 flat, ran a 693 with a 5. All right, next up in the Pat Kinsey drywall right lane, boat number 331 is Tim Ortiz. I'm not sure whether it's an exhibition or a safety run, but either way. Oh. So I guess he is second chance. Calls the boat never satisfied. So the track was running and then it wasn't. I'm not sure what happened, but they're going to get that reset real quick and we'll make it happen. Tim Ortiz races out of Conroe, Texas. This is a brand new boat for them this year. Made its first appearance in Marble Falls at the beginning of the season. He calls the boat Never Satisfied, sponsored by Pat Kinsey Drywall. Pat, Rhonda, Archie, Gage, and Cash helping him out. Thanks to his wife, supporting him on his crazy adventure. And big thanks to Milton and Jen Tolan for all their help. There's 5 seconds left on the countdown. Pro Comp Flat, dialed in at a 6.5. Well, and that right there was some crazy good driving. He saved it. He's shaking it off right now, too, I guarantee you, because that one shook him around a little bit. Rescue's going to go check on him, make sure he's okay. See him moving around, so that's a good thing. He got it to restart. Y'all give him a round of applause on the way down. That was a good job. That guy could be swimming right now. Could have got thrown right out of that boat. He managed to hold on to it. He kept it going and got it straight again. And that was absolutely nothing but just skill right there. Tim Ortiz, we're glad he's okay. All right, Stock Eliminator ready for your boats at the in-ramp. Stock Eliminator, we're ready for you at the in-ramp. Modified Eliminator, you guys need to be warmed up, ready to go. Stock Eliminator, we're ready for you at the in-ramp. Personal watercraft should already be there. Modified Eliminator, you guys need to warm up and get ready. And then we are right back to second chance. So if you just came off the water, throw some fuel in the boat, do whatever you got to do, but get ready because you're coming right back. Here comes our last of the second chance buybacks. In the Fun and Sun, boats tackle in Yamaha left lane. Boat number 314 is Austin Fugate out of Fort Worth, Texas. Calls the boat minimum effort. Dialed in at an 8 flat. Sponsored by Two Guys Marine, Fugate Construction, Beaver Fab, Tony Hedrick's Engines, Crusader Sports Academy. Special thanks to Mom and Dad. Here he comes. So he's on a single by run, doesn't hurt him, but 64 thousandths of a second in the red, and actually broke out by almost a full half second. Dialed in at an 8 flat, ran a 7.5. And that'll be it for this round of Second Chance. Stock Eliminator, you guys should be headed to the in-ramp. David Carroll, call Gary Payne real quick, please, sir. All right. Stock Eliminator should be headed to the in-ramp. Modified Eliminator should be warmed up. Second Chance. Grab your gear, be ready. You guys will be coming up again here shortly. Pro Outlaw, Pro Modified, you guys will be up after that. Priscilla Kemp, would you come up to the Drag Boat Review trailer? They've got your item that you won at the auction yesterday. Priscilla Kemp, come on up. We've got your item. It'll be at the Drag Boat Review trailer. You're welcome. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Top Alcohol Hydro. Couple of 200-mile-an-hour boats up here. In the Fun and Sun. Boats and tackle left lane. Boat number 905, that's Kent Price. Calls the boat Black Dragon. Out of Porter, Texas. Sponsored by Onyx Services. Special thanks to Ronnie, Danny, Brian, and Corrine. And in the Pat Kinsey drywall right-hand lane is going to be Marty Logan. Calls the boat Living the Dream, boat number 881, out of Midlothian, Texas. He ran a 2:04 yesterday twice. David Carroll, call Gary Payne, please. He's waiting on you. Either way, these guys, 200-mile-an-hour boats. Marty Logan 204 yesterday. Kent Price ran 197 yesterday. They're running side by side today. We'll see how that looks. It will be a whole lot of fun for sure, no matter what. Marty Logan and the Living the Dream team actually hold the SDBA speed record for top alcohol hydro with a 209. And he ran a 204 yesterday. We're going to get them lined up, get them paired in, and then we'll turn them loose, let them run. Stock eliminator, we need your boats at the in-ramp, please. Stock eliminator, need you guys at the in-ramp. Stock eliminator, need you guys at the in-ramp. Stock eliminator, need you to the in-ramp. Looks like we got everybody in position. Should be ready to go here momentarily. All right, modified eliminator, we're ready for you guys at the in-ramp. Modified eliminator, go ahead and bring them to the in-ramp, please. Modified eliminator, bring them to the in-ramp. Second chance. Start warming them up, be ready. You guys should probably already be warm anyway. Pro Outlaw, grab your gear, you guys are on deck. All right, starter call for the lights. 30 seconds from now, we're going to see this run. Kent Price, Black Dragon in the left lane. Marty Logan, Living the Dream in the right. Final round for top alcohol hydro. Capsules are down, here we go. Your winner's going to be in the right-hand lane. It's going to be Marty Logan and Living the Dream. He ran 2:04:37 for a 4:37 and 7 ET. Kent Price jumped early, 68 thousandths of a second in the red, and then the boat got squirrely on him down there in the very first part of the track. He backed out of it before he even got to half track, and then just sort of coasted it down the other end. That's exactly what we'd like to see him do. There's no reason to break anything or hurt anybody, and that is exactly how we wanted that to go. Marty Logan, though, going to be your winner for top alcohol hydro. 204 mile an hour for his last 4 runs, 3 runs, 2 qualifying runs yesterday, and an elimination run today, and I could pretty safely say that they have that machine dialed in nicely. All right, here we go. Moving back into personal watercraft, Nate Stevenson's got himself a bye run into the semifinal round. And he's taking that right now in the Fun and Sun boats tackling Yamaha left lane, boat number 269. They call it Little Red. Randy Ball, Top Alcohol Racing, Trinity Racing Ministry, Trinity Racing Ministry rather, and RESP all helping to support that program. He's dialed in at a 13 and 10. And he will face either Jake Stevenson or Raven Broadway for the final. All right, here comes your next pair in the Fun and Sun boats tackling Yamaha left lane. Boat number 232, that is Jody Smith. Lil Maniac, the name of that machine out of Wiley, Texas. Thank you to Jimmy and Priscilla Kemp for letting her race their ski. 4K Enterprises, WCR Construction, Dave O'Carroll Racing, Trinity Racing Ministries, RESP. Papa Maniac Mike. Chloe and Kate Genesek, David and Deb Carroll, Tatum Graham, Zachary Ponzio, and the United States Marine Corps. She's dialed in at a 14 and 5. In the Pat Kinsey Drive all right lane, boat number 004, Angelique Shaw. Being Bad, the name of the boat, dialed in at a 13:05. Thanks to Mom, Dad, the Bad Company race team, Crown Over Fence and Welding. Jody Smith jumps early, earns herself a red light, and Angelique Shaw will be your winner in the right lane. 28 hundredths of a second for her reaction time. She dialed in at 13:05, ran a 13:13. You just about could not ask for a more solid run than that one right there. Jody Smith, 15 hundredths of a second too fast, and then just sort of cruised down to the other end. I'm pretty sure she saw that red light out of the corner of her eye, and that was all she wrote. Modified Eliminator, you guys should be headed to the in-ramp. Modified Eliminator, you guys should already be at the in-ramp. If you're not there now, you're way late. Second Chance, you guys should be warmed up, ready to go. Pro Outlaw, grab your gear, put some fuel in the boat. You're coming up in the Fun and Sun left lane. Boat number 357, Jacob Nodler, long time coming. He's dialed in at a 12 and 45, thanks to Mom, Dad, Onan Opa, Mike Sorensen, Carl Nichols, Gary Payne, Jim J. Chris Clay, Ellis County Barbecue, and everyone who's helped along the way, and he's dedicating this season to his uncle Tall Paul Bischoff. And in the Pat Kinsey Drive all right lane is a boat called Megalodon. That's Brendan Lempar. Dialed in at 14:05. Jacob Nodler jumps too early, 15 hundredths of a second, earned himself a red light. And Brendan Lempar, going to be your winner moving to the next round. He had a pretty good run right there, 16 hundredths of a second. Dialed in at a 14:05, ran a 14:2. Jacob Nodler was too fast at both ends, ran a 15:87 or a 1:58 red for a reaction time, and then 9 thousandths of a second too fast at the top end of the course as well. Second chance buyback. Need your boats at the in-ramp, please. Modified eliminator is your last call. Second chance. Need you guys at the in-ramp, please. Pro Outlaw, start warming them up, get ready. Pro Modified, stand by. You guys are up after that. Second chance. Need you guys back to the in-ramp. Pro Outlaw, warm them up, get ready. Pro Mod, stand by. In the left lane is Jake Stevenson, calls the boat Lil Okie. He's dialed in at a 13:01, and in the right lane, Raven Broadway, the Golden Child, dialed in at a 10:04. And your winner's going to be in the left lane. Jake Stevenson takes the win with Lil Okie. Dialed in at 13:01, ran a 13:24 with an 8. Raven Broadway dialed in at a 10:04, ran a 10:48 with a 4. But he got beat on a hole shot. Took him 0.8 of a second to get off the line. And he just wasn't able to make up the difference at the other end. All right, here we go. First pair for the second round of Stock Eliminator. In the Fun and Sun, Boats and Tackle and Yamaha left lane. Boat number 817 is Stephen Russell. Calls the boat Harry Canary. Dialed in at a 9.15. Sponsored by A.E. Shull, Outlaw Crew, Eagle Motorsports. Special thanks to Rick Gordon and Jim Kemp. Cedarbuilt, Pumps by Chop, Back in Black Crew. Thanks to our parents. The VFW and Auxiliary in Willow, California. In the Pat Kinsey Drywall right lane, boat number 1457 is Zachary Watson. Calls the boat Chicks Dig It, sponsored by T-Shirts and More, Central Texas Jets, Anytime Air and Electric, Mills Market, Fishman, and WCR Construction. And your winner's going to be in the left-hand lane, boat number 817. The Harry Canary takes the win. Stephen Russell moving to the next round. He dialed in at a 9:15, ran a 9:16 with a 6 for an 82-mile-an-hour pass. Zachary Watson turned it red by 0.07 of a second, and the damage was already done. But he had a beautiful run on the other end. Just kind of threw it away at the front. Dialed in at a 918, ran a 918 with a 9. If he'd have had a clean start, this could have been a totally different outcome, but I guess that's drag racing. It's the way it goes sometimes. Tough luck for Zachary Watson. Steven Russell will be moving to the next round. All right, here we go. In the Fun and Sun, boats tackling Yamaha left lane. Boat number 982 is going to be Dusty Peterson out of Los Alamos, New Mexico. He calls the boat Collusion, and he's dialed in at a 9 and 38. In the Pat Kinsey drywall right lane, boat number 80 is Doug Fox. Calls the boat Worst Case Scenario, sponsored by Flying F Farms. Dialed in at a 9 flat. 10 seconds left on the countdown. And your winner's going to be in the right-hand lane, Doug Fox, Worst Case Scenario. Dusty Peterson had a nice run going, but he broke out by 0.2 of a second. And that is all she wrote for Dusty Peterson. It's a long trip back to Los Alamos. Doug Fox will be moving to the next round. Steven Russell will be there waiting for him. All right, here comes your next pair. Last pair for the second round of Stock Eliminator. In the Fun and Sun, boats, tackle, and Yamaha left lane. Boat number 877 is Justin Stewart. Stewie calls his boat White Girl, racing out of Austin, Texas. Sponsored by RB Props, Brady Trucking Services, Aquatic Balance Pool Services. Special thanks to Bob York, his Toho. Hardcore Harper. Big shout out to Wes Kahn, watching live on Racer H2O and drinking beer in his garage. And his beautiful wife, Sherry. In the Pat Kinsey drywall right lane, boat number 033 is Walter Doolin out of Kingsland, Texas. Calls the boat Do It Again, Doolin. Special thanks to Rhonda Bridges, Ted Christian, Dwayne Kunkel, and Billy Harris. He's dialed in at a 10.5. Stewie's dialed in at a 9.1. Pro Outlaw, go ahead and bring him to the in-ramp, please. Pro Outlaw, bring him to the in-ramp. Second chance, it's your last call. Pro Outlaw, bring him to the in-ramp. Pro Modified, start warming them up. I don't think he can hear me, but Stewie needs more down pedal. And Walter Dillon, I don't know what happened there. I think he was just trying to break the beam, but he didn't get there in time. I think he knew that Stewie had red lit. Stewie jumped a full second too early, and Dillon was just trying hard to get there in time to break the beam and just could not get there in time. And so your winner is going to be in the left lane, Justin Stewart, moving to the next round. All right, moving into modified eliminator, running on an 8-second index. And taking a bye run into the semifinal round is going to be Jesse James Jr. in a boat he calls Outlaw, because what else could he call it? 8:02 was his run yesterday. Came in as the #1 qualifier. Got himself a bye run now into the semifinal round. He races out of Tyler, Texas. Sponsored by Lone Star Millworks, David and Carrie Muller, Cedarbilt, Eagle Motorsports, and JCD. 8 seconds is the index. Here he comes. And Jesse James Jr. moving to the next round. Jumped a little early, 38 thousandths of a second. And then ran too fast at the top end as well. He was 11 thousandths of a second too fast, but it won't hurt him on the bye. All right, Pro Modified. We're ready for your boats at the in-ramp now. Pro Mod, go ahead and bring them to the in-ramp. Personal Watercraft. You guys need to be warming up. Stock Eliminator, be thinking about it. You guys are coming up after that. Your next pair of modified eliminators are in the lanes. In the Fun and Sun Boats Tackle and Yamaha left lane is boat number 157, James Kemp. He calls the boat Side Chick. Comes in as the #5 qualifier. He's sponsored by J&J Transportation, 4K Enterprises, Ranchero Concepts, Eagle Motorsports, Guy Hand Motorsports, FloatFix.com in Tyler, Texas. And in the Pack-Enzie Drywall right lane is boat number 311. That's Andrew Decker out of Buckholz, Texas. Calls the boat in too deep. Sponsored by GNC Machinery, Robert Moore, Easy Tire, CMT Mobile Services, Samantha, Danny and Christine Springer. Looking pretty decals, and thanks to his wife and kids for all their help. 8 seconds is the index. Winner will get a bye into the final. Pro Modified, you guys should be headed to the in-ramp, please. Pro Mod, you should be headed to the in-ramp. Personal Watercraft, you guys should be warmed up, ready to go. Stock Eliminator, stand by. You're coming up after that. All right, here we go. James Kemp and Side Chick in the left lane. Andrew Decker in too deep in the right. Winner gets a bye into the final round. And your winner's going to be in the left lane, James Kemp and Side Chick. He'll take the win, move to the next round. He finished with an 8:04 at a 94-mile-an-hour pass. He was off the line in 59 thousandths of a second. Andrew Decker, a little slower, came off the line in 12 and then was trying to get caught up, I think, and broke out by like 29 thousandths of a second at the big end. And James Kemp just earned himself a bye run all the way into the final. In the front and sun, boats and tackle left lane, boat number 1111 is Stephen Walls. Happy Hour, the name of the machine. And in the Pat Kinsey drywall right lane, boat number 0657 is Grant Snyder. He calls that one Big Iron. 8 seconds is the index. 5 seconds left to go. And your winner's going to be in the right lane. Grant Snyder takes the win with the Big Iron and moving into the next round. Stephen Walls got there early, 49 thousandths of a second too fast, earned himself a breakout. And Grant Snyder will take the win and go home, or into the next round anyway. Pro Modified. Pro Mod, we need your boats at the line. Pro Mod, we need your boats at the line. Personal watercraft should be warmed up, ready to go. All right. Back to the second chance. In the Fun and Sun boats and tackle left lane. Boat number 115 is Leighton Pippinger. Calls the boat Voodoo Therapy out of Blanco, Texas. Dialed in at a 14 and 48. And in the Pat Kinsey drywall right-hand lane, Lynn Blackburn. Boat number 19, doing time 2. Came in your number 1 qualifier, got eliminated in the first round. Made it through round 1, a second chance, looking to see if she can do it again. She's dialed in at a 10 and 35, 10:38. And Lynn Blackburn hangs on to it for one more round. Leighton Pippinger jumped too early, 24 hundredths of a second, 24 thousandths of a second too fast. And the damage was done. Lynn Blackburn dialed in at a 10:38, ran a 10:40 with a 6, 39 thousandths, 37 thousandths of a second for a reaction time. And she will move to the next round on the second chance. Your next pair for second chance. In the Fun and Sun boats tackling Yamaha left lane. Boat number 746 is Blackie Bame. Calls the boat Blackie's Magic out of Rio Medina, Texas. Dialed in at a 10 and 24. Sponsored by Snyder Motorsports, Mickey and Glenda Sons, Bob and Marla Winder, Oscar and Jacinda, Marley Ranch, Dave and Jana, Lily Construction. And in the Pat Kinsey drywall right lane is Garrick Snyder. Calls the boat Young Gun. He's dialed in at a 9 and 34. Your winner's going to be in the right-hand lane. It's going to be Garrick Snyder, Young Gun. Blackie Bame could feel him breathing down his neck. He pushed too hard, 34 thousandths of a second, and broke out. Garrick Snyder keeps it clean on both ends of the course, and he'll take the win and move to the next round. In the Fun and Sun, boats tackling a Yamaha left lane. Boat number 655, Ashley Winslet out of Dallas, Texas, calls the boat Vanishing Breed. Sponsored by Rebecca Banks, Fast Line Fabrications. Thanks to Mom, Dad, Brian, Chantel, Ryder, Nancy Stacks, Bill Diaz. Racing for the Davises, Jerry, Nancy, and Max racing in heaven. You will be missed. She's dialed in at a 695. And in the Pat Kinsey drywall right lane, boat number 314 is Austin Fugate, Minimal Effort. Your winner's going to be in the Pat Kinsey Drywall right lane. Austin Fugate had a double red light, but Ashley Winslet jumped at 9/100ths of a second, and Austin was a little behind that with 36 thousandths of a second. So Austin Fugate will take the win and move to the next round. And here comes our last, I believe, our last second chance buyback machine in the Fun and Sun boats. Oh, we still got a couple more. Either way, Dawson Dickerson taking a buy run, boat number 789. He's dialed in at a 646. Thanks to Harry's Machine, Affordable Engine, Olson Pilings, and SWAT Speed and Marine. All right, Dawson Dickerson moving to the next round, second chance. All right, Personal Watercraft, I'm ready for your boats at the in-ramp, please. Personal Watercraft. Stock Eliminator, warm them up, get ready. Modified Eliminator, stand by. Personal Watercraft, ready for your boats at the in-ramp. Stock Eliminator, need you warmed up, ready to go. Modified Eliminator, be standing by. You're up after that. All right, here we go. Your first pair for the second round of Pro Outlaw. We're about to find out who is going to the final to face Eric Dement. In the Fun and Sun, boats, tackle, and Yamaha left lane is boat number 077. That is Cody Childress. He came in as your number one qualifier, looking to see if he can run it all the way through to the other side. Racing out of Nemo, Texas, sponsored by Travis Tuttle. Lenco Transmission, TD's Transmission, Galen and Betty Childress, Ken Jenkins, special thanks to his wife and kids, Bentley, Braxton, Brady, and Blakely, and thanks to Mama Judy. And in the Pat Kinsey Drywall right lane, in a boat he likes to call Wild Thing, and rightly so, if you get to take a chance to look at that thing. Boat number 521, that is Rick Blethroad out of Odessa, Texas. Sponsored by Alliance Machine, Lone Star Gasket, and AAA RV. Big old twin turbo contraption smacked into the back of that thing. It sounds cool, it runs cool, and it looks cool. Shout out to Deuce, a Racer H2O. There we go. I got you. I see we turned the camera. And Emily. What's up, Emily? We're having a good time at the Party on the Brazos here in Waco, Texas. Wish y'all could be here, but we're super glad that you joined in with us on Racer H2O. And in case you're not familiar, and you're here and maybe you're not going to make the next race or two, Racer H2O has partnered up with us for the entire season to live stream all of our races. So if you can't be here, you can go to YouTube, look up Racer H2O, find the live stream. You can watch the whole race from the comfort of your couch with a cold beer, kind of like West Con. All right, here we go. Cody Childress, Bad Influence in the left lane. Rick Blethroad in the Wild Thing on the right. Pro Outlaw. Winner will go to the final. Eric Dement, all he's got to do is take a bye run, and he'll be right there waiting for him. Gary called for the lights. 25 seconds on the countdown. All right, capsules are down. Here come the turbos. I don't know whether something went wrong or didn't go wrong, but either way, Rick Blethroad launched hard, did a big old wheelie, and decided to step out of it. Hopefully that is 100% all it was, but either way, Cody Childress will take the win. A tenth of a second for a reaction time, and then ran a 5:24 on a 5.2 index. And that is why he was your number one qualifier. 154 mile an hour pass. We're going to need truck and trailer for boat numbers 521. Back to the in-ramp, please. Truck and trailer for 521. Back to the in-ramp. Truck and trailer for boat number 521. Back to the in-ramp, please. In the Fun and Sun, boats and tackle and Yamaha left lane. Boat number 777. Racing out of Luling, Texas. That is Eric Dement and the Real Bad Boy. Special thanks to the crew. Perch, Bass, Brandon, Kaysen, and Logan. Thanks to Ronnie Odom. Starter call for the lights. Eric Dement, Real Bad Boy, taking his bye run into the final round. Cody Childress will be there waiting for him. 10 seconds to go on the countdown. Here we go. He turns it red by 38 thousandths of a second, but it won't matter on the bye run. And on a 5.2 index, ran a 5.25 and 2 for a 170 mile an hour pass. That was Eric Dement in a boat he calls Real Bad Boy. And he will now head to the Pro Outlaw Final where Cody Childress is waiting for him. That's going to be a run right there. Be a whole lot of fun to watch that one. All right, now we're going to Pro Modified. Personal watercraft should already be at the in-ramp. Here comes your first pair of Pro Mods. In the Fun and Sun, boats, tackle, and Yamaha left-hand lane. Boat number 832 is Jay Hudgens out of Burnett, Texas. Calls the boat Aquaholic. Sponsored by Magnum Trailers, Reality's Italian Cafe, RoostersRepairs.com, and Cody Childress. And special thanks to the crew chief, Dustin Hudgens, and the crew. 5.6 seconds is the index for Pro Modified. In the Pack-Kenzie drywall right lane, boat number 255 is Cade Genesek. All or Nothing, the name of the boat. Sponsored by JP&E, Kirkland Marine, DBR, RFC, and David Kirkland Racing. Stock Eliminator ready for your boats to the line, please. Stock Eliminator. Need your boats to the line. Modified Eliminator. Start warming them up. Get ready. Top Eliminator. You guys will be on deck after that. Stock Eliminator. Need your boats to the in-ramp. Modified Eliminator. Need you warmed up, ready to go. Top Eliminator. Grab your gear and stand by. They're getting Cade Genesek squared away on the line. He'll get himself centered. Gary will check in with both drivers, get a thumbs up, and then he'll call for the lights. That's the way that's going to work. All right, he called for him. 30 seconds on the countdown. Jay Hudgens, Aquaholic in the left lane. Cade Genesek, All or Nothing in the right. Pro Modified semifinal. Winner goes to the final round. Jay Hudgens and Aquaholic will be your winner. Ran a 578 with a 2 on a 5.6 index, 0.13 of a second for a reaction time. Cade Genesek got sideways, was trying to work it back around, and then when he did, it fired and died. And that was the end of the dream for this weekend for Cade Genesek and his team. Tough luck for them, but we are going to need truck and trailer for boat number 255. Back to the in-ramp, please. Truck and trailer for boat number 255. Back to the in-ramp, please. Jay Hudgens will move to the final round. Now let's find out who his competition's going to be. It'll either be Henry Bainey or Robin Reed. Either way, it's going to be a battle, that's for sure. Stock Eliminator, this is your final call to the in-ramp. Stock Eliminator, this is your final call to the in-ramp. Modified Eliminator, go ahead and bring them down the line. Modified Eliminator, bring them to the in-ramp. Top Eliminator, start warming them up, get ready. Quick Eliminator, you're on deck after that. Stock Eliminator, your final call. Modified Eliminator, bring them to the in-ramp. Top Eliminator, warm them up. So the corn dog king is up here reminding me that these two guys, he's going to hit me with his hat. These two guys have been shaking and baking for a lot of years, Henry Bainey and Robin Reed, back and forth, back and forth. One day one's top dog, the next day the other one is. No pun intended, corn dogs anywhere. Either way, we're going to find out here in just a minute which one's top dog today. And then Jay Hudgens going to be waiting for him on the other side. Here we go. In the Fun and Sun, boats and tackle left lane. Going to be boat number 927. That is Robin Reed. Wound 2 tight out of Arlington, Texas. It's a Texas outrigger powered by a blown alcohol 565 cubic inch engine. Sponsored by Two Guys Marine, Texas outrigger boats, CCR Fiberglass and Marine, NGK Spark Plugs, Fun and Sun boats and tackle. Trinity Racing Ministries. In the Pat Kinsey drywall right lane is Henry Bainey. Don't blink. Boat number 459. And your winner going to be Mr. Henry Bainey in the right-hand lane. That was a beautiful run all the way around, but Robin Reed got too fast at the top end and broke out by 1/10 of a second. And that will do it. Henry Bainey will be moving to the next round in the Don't Blink machine. Jay Hudgens and the Aquaholic will be waiting for him. Modified Eliminator, you guys should be headed to the in-ramp, please. Modified Eliminator, you guys should be headed to the in-ramp. Modified Eliminator, you guys should be headed to the in-ramp. Top Eliminator, you guys should be warmed up, ready to go. All right, here we go. Brother against brother in the Fun and Sun. The bait, tackle, and Yamaha left lane. Boat number 738 is Jake Stevenson. Calls the boat Little Okie. Both of them driving for Randy Ball. Hayes dialed in at a 1298. In the Pat Kinsey drywall right lane. Boat number 269, Nate Stevenson. Dialed in at a 16 and 5. Calls the boat Little Red. He's been struggling all weekend trying to keep that ski running, so let's see what happens. All right, so your winner's going to be in the left lane. Jake Stevenson, Little Okie, takes the win. 64 thousandths of a second for a reaction time. Ran a 13 and 17 on a 12.98 dial-in. Nate Stevenson, a little over 4/10 of a second for a reaction time, and ran a 16.57 on a 16.5. But Jake Stevenson got there 26 thousandths of a second faster, 26 hundredths of a second faster, rather. And he'll take the win. Modified Eliminator, need your boats at the in-ramp, please. Modified Eliminator, need your boats at the in-ramp. Top Eliminator, need you guys warmed up, ready to go. Modified Eliminator. Rich is getting antsy. Get him down there. Your next pair for personal watercraft in the Fun and Sun Boats and Tackle and Yamaha left-hand lane. Boat number 004, Angeli Shaw. Came in as the number 1 qualifier, looking to take it all away. Calls the boat being bad. Thanks to Mom, Dad, the Bad Company race team, Crown Over Fence and Welding, Grandpa and Jim, the Sherwood family, and Luke's Paving. And in the Pat Kinsey Drywall right lane, boat number 117 is Brendan Lempar. Calls the boat Megalodon. He came in as the number 11 qualifier. He's hoping to see if he can't just improve that situation a whole bunch. Got clean starts from both of them. And your winner is going to be in the left lane. Angeli Shaw continues the run. She got there 33 thousandths of a second before Brandon Lempar did. 35 thousandths of a second for a reaction time, and ran a 13.26 and 9 on a 13.15 dial-in. Good job for Angeli Shaw. Tough luck, Brandon Lempar. So the final for personal watercraft will be Angeli Shaw and Jake Stevenson. We need somebody from Steve Wall's pit to come to the timing tower, please. Somebody from Steve Wall's camp to the timing tower, please. All right, here we go. For your semifinal round for stock eliminator in the Fish Fun and Sun, rather. Bait and tackle and Yamaha left-hand lane. Boat number 817 is Steven Russell. Calls the boat Harry Canary, sponsored by A.E. Scholl, Outlaw Crew, Eagle Motorsports. Special thanks to Rick Gordon and Jimmy Kemp, Cedarbuilt, Pumps by Chop, Back and Black Crew. Thank you, parents, VFW and Auxiliary Willow, California. Dialed in at a 9 and 1-5. In the Pat Kinsey drivewall right lane. Boat number 80 is Doug Fox. Worst case scenario. Sponsored by Flying F Farms. He's dialed in at a 917. I don't know what happened at the line, but both drivers really slow coming off the line. Took 1.6 seconds for Doug Fox to get going and 3 seconds for Steven Russell. But Doug Fox will take the win, and he'll move into the next round. In the final, Justin Stewart going to take a bye run into the final round in a minute, and then he'll be there waiting for Doug Fox. Top eliminator, go ahead and bring him to the in-ramp, please. Top eliminator, go ahead and bring him to the in-ramp, please. Top eliminator, bring him to the in-ramp. Quick eliminator, start warming them up, get ready. Pro Comp flat, you guys are on deck after that. Second chance will be up after that, so be ready. Top eliminator, bring him to the in-ramp. Quick eliminator, warm them up, get ready. All right, here we go. Justin Stewart going to be in the Pat Kinsey drywall right-hand lane, taking a bye run into the final round. Doug Fox will be there waiting for him. He's racing out of Austin, Texas. Dialed the boat in at a 9 flat. Sponsored by RB Pops, Brady Trucking Services, Aquatic Balance Pool Services. Special thanks to Bob York, his Toho. Hardcore Harper, big shout out to Wes Kahn, watching live on RacerH2O.com, drinking a beer in his garage, and his beautiful wife, Sherry. Stewie taking a bye run into the final. He looked all serious making that run, too, all staring at down the steering wheel, ready to go. He got it done. 1600ths of a second for reaction time. Ran a 9:17 with a 9. 9:17 with a 9 for an 87-mile-an-hour pass on a 9-second dial-in. And Justin Stewart taking a bye run right into the final. Now we're going to see what the 8-second boys have got. While we got a second, I want to send out a big old thank you to the folks from Axtell High School FFA. Kelsey Snyder, their ag teacher, brought a whole bunch of those kids out here. They're helping us at the in-ramp and the out-ramp. They're also running around helping pick up trash. They're collecting trash in the pit areas. And after they get done with getting the boats in and out of the water, they're going to come back up here and they're going to try to clean up after all of us leave. So the ask is this, if you would please, pick up after yourself on the way out, bag up as much as you can. If you can get it to the dumpster, take it to the dumpster. If not, leave it there and they'll come get it. They did say, however, that if you have like rugs or carpets or whatever that you put down in your pit area and you're going to leave those, please take them to the dumpster yourself and don't leave them for the kids to try to manage them. They would appreciate that very much. Here's your first pair for Modified Eliminator to find out who's going to the final round to face James Kemp. In the Fun and Sun, boats tackle in Yamaha left lane. Boat number 517 out of Tyler, Texas is Jesse James Jr. Came in as the number 1 qualifier. He wants to ride that thing all the way to the end. Sponsored by Lone Star Millworks, David and Kerry Muller, Cedarbuilt, Eagle Motorsports, and JCD. He calls the boat Outlaw. And in the Pat Kinsey drywall right lane, boat number 0657 is Grant Snyder. Driving for Mickey Snyder in a boat they call Big Iron. Sponsored by Rio Medina Truck and Auto, Rio Fab and Welding, Lilly Construction, Custom Powder Coating, 4-Way Bar, Damon Decker 212 Athletics, Jeff Gibson Insurance, Racers Insuring Racers, Guild Mortgage, Regan and Angie Everett, Rowdy Tees, RNS Construction, Long's Machine, Postal Annex, Your Home Office, Twisted Tags and Embroidery, and thanks to the family and the crew for all of their help. So we got the Outlaw and the Big Iron on the line. Starter called for the lights. There's 25 seconds left on the countdown. James Kemp only needs to take a bye run and he'll be in the final, waiting for the winner of this race right here. Jesse James Jr. going to ride that train just a little bit longer. He'll take the win. And he moves into the final round. He ran an 8:03 with a 3 on an 8-second index, 78 thousandths of a second for a reaction time, and a 92-mile-an-hour pass. Grant Snyder, 12 hundredths of a second for his reaction time, ran an 8:01 with a 7. But Jesse James got to the line 29 thousandths of a second faster, and he'll take the win. James Kemp sitting on the line now, ready to make his bye run. He's in the Pat Kinsey drywall right lane, boat number 157. He calls the boat Side Chick, sponsored by J&J Transportation, 4K Enterprises, Ranchero Concepts, Eagle Motorsports, Skyhand Motorsports, FloatFix.com in Tyler, Texas. He's taking his bye run into the final round. We know now Jesse James Jr. will be there waiting for him. Let's see how that works out. James Kemp taking a bye run into the final round where he'll face Jesse James Jr. and the Outlaw. He was too fast at both ends of the course. tenth of a second for a red light, and then ran a 7:87 and 2 on an 8-second index and broke out by over 12 hundredths of a second. All right, we should be moving now to top eliminator. All right, quick eliminator, need your boats at the in-ramp, please. Quick eliminator. Need your boats at the in-ramp. Pro comp flat. Need you guys warmed up, ready to go. Second chance. Grab your gear. Make sure you got fuel in the boat, plugs in the boat. Whatever your pre-race ritual is, get it done. You guys will be coming up shortly. Quick eliminator. Need your boats at the in-ramp, please. Quick eliminator. Pro comp flat. Start warming them up. Second chance. Stand by. So Emily just came up and let me know that she still has some event shirts left, but all she's got left is small, medium, and extra large. Everything else is gone. So if you've been waiting, you might have waited too long, depending on what size you wear. But either way, come on down. They're standing by over there just waiting for you to show up and pick what shirt you want. They also have shirts from some of our racers. They've got shirts from Little More Therapy, Wild Thing, Don't Blink, Liquid Voodoo, Nitro Nuts, Flat Nasty, Out of Reach, Aquaholic, Chicks Dig It, and Through the Fire. They also have Trinity Racing Ministry shirts. So come up and see Emily at the SDBA merchandise trailer and get what you want, what you need. Don't forget, we've got some food vendors set up out here. It's hot enough now that I think everybody should be pretty ready. Shiver Me Shavers with snow cones, Frosties, smoothies rather, and iced coffees. They've got all that stuff over there. Jeremy Williams, they whip up a mean snow cone, let me tell you. That thing hit the spot yesterday. I'm about to get me another one here in a little while. Fat Stacks Concessions, got steak kebabs and drinks. Norma and Joe Donovan, burgers, chips, sweet tea. And then Jasper's Barbecue, brisket, sausage wraps, ribs, jalapeno poppers. All of those are set up over there. While you're wandering around, be sure and stop by and visit Mimi's Busy Bees. She's got assorted cups and other items over there. And stop and talk to Beverly Stokes at the Drag Boat Review trailer. See if you need a subscription to the fastest news on water. You never know, you might. Also want to send out a huge thank you. Folks helping us make this race and make it happen. Acorn Waste Solutions, AMR Ambulance Service, Safeway Oil Reclamation, Ready Ice, Waco Tours, Texas Parks and Wildlife, Pura Vida Paddle Company, Texas Golf Carts, Crossroads Fellowship, staff of Waco Parks and Recreation Department, the City of Waco, and SoCal Speed Shop in Waco helping to sponsor us this weekend. Thanks, guys. We appreciate you. Also, a huge thanks for the ramp help and the trash pickup to the Axtell High School FFA. Those kids out here doing some hard work this weekend, I promise you that. If you're looking in your ice chest and it's a little low, I can't help you with the drinks, but I can help you with the ice. If you head back up there to the main gate, they do have a trailer set up there. Pick you up a bag of ice, put it in your deal. You pay at the gate and then pick up your ice at the trailer. We're going to have a little grudge match here in a minute. We got top eliminator coming up. Run their, semifinal round. Should be Matt Miller and Jerry Branham And then Marcus Kinsey's taking his top alcohol flat back on the water for us here in just a minute as well. Little grudge match between Daryl Ehrlich and Mallory Carroll. That one should be fun to watch. All right, we got Ryan Benson, boat number 411. He's in the Fun and Sun boats tackle in Yamaha left lane. Calls the boat full circle. Out of Mansfield, Texas. The boat's at Curtis with a Ryer Morrison 540 cubic inch power plant strapped in behind him. Sponsored by Complete Wiring Solutions, All-Star Motors, Patty Doyle. Special thanks to Jeff and Stephanie Myro, Bo Myro. He is trying to make a buy run, which will then take him into the final round if the boat will stay running. But it would seem from here that there might be an issue. Got the jet skis hovering like sharks, waiting to see if they need to go in or not. Who does? Jason Brandt. All right, so he got it running, but he didn't get a time because it was too late. We need a big block Chevrolet intake gasket for Jason Brandt. If anybody's got one, he's pitted back here kind of behind the timing tower area. Big block Chevy intake gasket. Right on. Okay, there we go. Everybody's got one. Help him out. All right, here we go. In the Fun and Sun Boats and Tackle in Yamaha left-hand lane. Boat number 715 is Jerry Branham. He calls that boat Back in Black, racing out of Tyler, Texas. Sponsored by WeSellGrass.com, Eagle Motorsports, Lone Star Pump, FloatFix.com, Pumps by Chop. And on the Pat Kinsey drywall right-hand lane is boat number 405. That's going to be Mr. Matt Miller out of El Reno, Oklahoma. Sponsored by Miller Excavation, Huffman Performance, Smoke on the Water, Allie, Radley, and Hazel all helping him out. He calls that boat Miller Time. Ryan Benson already waiting for the winner in the final round. And your winner is going to be in the left-hand lane, Jerry Branham, and back in black. Takes the win. Matt Miller actually gave him the win. He jumped early and red lit by 1 second, a little over 1 full second. Absolutely not the way Matt Miller wanted that race to go. I can promise you that. Jerry Branham takes the win. He'll move to the next round. So they say they've got about 3/4 of a pallet of ice left up there, and they're going to discount that to $5 a bag while it lasts. So if you still need some ice, run up there and grab it now. Get yourself a little discount before they run out. All right, now we got ourselves a grudge match, and it has the makings of a really good match. Let's see what happens. We're going to put Mallory Carroll, a little more therapy, in the right lane, looks like. Terrell Ehrlich, Mad Max, going to take the left. All right, here we go. In the front and sun, boats, tackle, and Yamaha left lane. Gonna be boat number 178, Daryl Mad Max Ehrlich, out of Round Rock, Texas. Calls the boat out of reach. Sponsored by Daryl's Equipment, Social Security, and Retirement. Thanks to the crew, also to Jordan Hayes at Hayes Welding in Waco. Daryl and Angie, Chris, Randall, Yvonne, Mackenzie, Angela, and Dan, and special thanks to Robert Jers for the four-wheeler. In the Pat Kinsey drywall right lane, boat number 810 is Mallory Carroll. Out of Marble Falls, Texas, sponsored by David Carroll Racing, WCR, and Trinity Racing Ministries. Calls the boat a little more therapy. And this is a straight-up grudge match. Not a crooked one, exactly. Pro Comp Flat, need your boats at the in-ramp, please. Pro Comp Flat, need your boats to the in-ramp. Second chance. Start warming them up, get ready. Pro Eliminator, you guys will be up after that. All right, clock's running, 20 seconds on the countdown. Daryl Ehrlich, Mallory Carroll, couple of Pro Mods, 5.6 second boats. So Daryl Ehrlich is your winner. Mallory Carroll jumped 0.02 of a second too early and earned herself a red light. And there you go. Hey, we got that intake gasket or manifold gasket. We're good to go. Thank you guys very much. I had like 3 or 4 people show up for that. Daryl Ehrlich, he takes the marbles home from this match. We'll see how it goes next time. 164 mile an hour from Daryl Ehrlich, 165 from Mallory Carroll. Both of them in the 5.4 range on a 5.6 index. They just turned them loose and let them friggin' run. That's exactly what happened right there. All right, Marcus Kinsey is in the Pat Kinsey drywall right-hand lane. In the top alcohol flat they call Bad Company out of Marble Falls, Texas. Sponsored by J&M Kinsey Plumbing, Chewy's Body Works, and CP Carrillo. His first pass today, he ran a 5.58 at 140 miles an hour. He was running 5.8s yesterday, just coming out to make a pass. Let's see how it looks. Top alcohol flat, the funny cars of drag boat racing. Little bitty light flat bottom boat. Big old heavy duty engine back there. Got a little wing trying to keep that back end in the water. All right, starter call for the lights. There's 27 seconds on the countdown. Marcus Kinsey and Bad Company. 117 mile an hour pass, ran a 6.14, a little slower than what he's done earlier. But still an absolutely cool run to watch. 18 hundredths of a second for a reaction time. All right, here we go, quick eliminator. Got Sambo Smith going to take a bye run into the final round. Hey, and just because I forgot to mention this earlier, I was notified earlier that Fastline Fabrication helped to sponsor for Smoke on the Water next weekend for quick eliminator only. Winner today will get a $500 voucher toward their entry fee for Smoke on the Water, and the runner-up will get a $250 voucher toward Smoke in the Water. So whoever wins first place for quick eliminator today could potentially run Smoke on the Water for free next weekend if they choose to. Sambo Smith calls the boat Sucker Punch out of Morro Ray, Arkansas. Boat number 623. He's your number one qualifier with a 6009, and here he comes. Yeah. That's the way you get it done. 6 seconds on the index. He ran a 598 with a 6, but it won't matter on a by run. 142 mile-an-hour pass. Second chance. Go ahead and bring him to the in-ramp, please. Second chance. Bring him to the in-ramp. Pro Eliminators start warming them up for round 4. Second chance. Bring him to the in-ramp. Sambo Smith went to the final. Now we're going to find out whether it's going to be Jason Goddard or Ken Jenkins on the other side of the course. All right, Pro Eliminator and Pro Jet. Go ahead and warm them up, please. Pro Eliminator and Pro Jet, warm them up for final round, please. Personal Watercraft and Stock Eliminator, you guys will be on deck. You're coming up after that. Pause. How many people can we get under a small red canopy? That's what we need to figure out. We need some volunteers. Let's just squish everybody. Let's get it done. It ain't a Volkswagen, but we'll make it work. Here we go. Semi-final round, quick eliminator. In the front and sun, boats and tackle left lane. Boat number 110 is Ken Jenkins. Through the fire, it's a Cole powered by Chevrolet. And in the Pat Kenzie drywall right lane, boat number 392 is Jason Goddard. Calls that one Texas Red out of San Angelo, Texas. Sponsored by Buddy Johnson, Steve Pruitt, Travis and Kim Dessick, Fastline Fabrication, Walls Tractor Repair, Wayman Pittsford, James Brown, Judy Sheffield. Jason Goddard going to be your winner in the right-hand lane. He'll be racing Sambo Smith in the final round. Ken Jenkins got there too fast. He broke out by 71 thousandths of a second. Anybody wants a free poster from this weekend's race? See Emily right here. She's got a ton of them. Racing Gathered ran a 6:04 with a 3 for 146 mile an hour pass on a 48,000th of a second reaction time. And he will run against Sambo Smith and the Sucker Punch Machine in the final round. Second chance. You guys should be at the in-ramp already. Second chance. You guys should be at the in-ramp. Pro Eliminator and Pro Jet. You guys should be warmed up, ready to go. Pro Eliminator and Pro Jet should be warmed up, ready to go. Personal Watercraft and Stock Eliminator be standing by. You guys are coming up shortly. All right, got Steve Carter on the line right now in the Pat Kinsey Drywall right-hand lane, boat number 777S. Just making a pass for us. It's sponsored by Carter Paint and Body, Wolf Auto Machine, Gumby Performance, MTR Performance, PPG, Mikey's Toy Box, Mickey's Toy Box, Box B Spoke Coatings, and Integrated Metal Products. He calls that boat money for nothing. Pro Outlaw, 5.2 second boat. Probably will run somewhere in the neighborhood of 170 mile an hour. Steve Carter, money for nothing. Pro Outlaw in the Pat Kinsey Drywall right-hand lane. 5 seconds left on the countdown. There goes the capsule. Here we go. $175 mile an hour. 519 with a 1/700th of a second for a reaction time. 175.5 his mile per hour. Yeah. That don't get you jazzed up. I don't know what will. All right. I believe they're putting 007 in the lane right now to make a pass as well. That'll be Steve Walls. Shaken Not Stirred, the name of the boat, out of San Angelo, Texas. Sponsored by Fast Line Fabrication, Walls Tractor Repair, Machine Works, Buddy E.S. Johnson, Joe Yarbrough, FPC Services, James and Judy Sheffield, Wayman Pitchford Incorporated, Schaefer Oils, O'Reilly Auto Parts in San Angelo, William R. Pascal and Sons Fine Woodworking, Extreme Barbecue, and a thank you to his crew, Michelle, Sella, Bruce, Seth, Stephen, Jason, Shanna, Tag, Cody, and Mandy. 5.6 seconds the index. Pro modified. It started. There we go. Yeah. There you go. On a 5.6, he ran a 5.83 with a 953 mile an hour pass. His second best pass of the weekend. 39 hundredths of a second for a reaction time. Steve Walls, shaken not stirred. Pro comp flat. I did. That's going to be Frank Carter flat flying in the left lane, boat number 323. And in the Pat Kinsey drywall right lane, boat number 412 is Cole Heinrich flat attack. Here they come. And your winner with 0.02 of a second for a reaction time is going to be in the left lane. Frank Carter, flat flying. Dialed in at a 5.9, ran a 6.07 with a 7 for 132 mile an hour pass. Cole Henrik, 16 hundredths of a second for his reaction time. Dialed in at a 6.5, ran a 6.57 at 115. But Frank Carter just had the better machine this time around. And he will take the win. And now we find out if it'll be Jeff Loring or Larry Skiro on the other side of the course. Personal autograph and stock eliminator. Personal, Pro Eliminator and Pro Jet. There you go. I need both of those to the in-ramp, please. Pro Eliminator, Pro Jet, need your votes to the in-ramp. Personal Watercraft and Stock Eliminator, start warming them up, get ready. Modified Eliminator and Top Eliminator, you guys will be on deck after that. Pro Eliminator and Pro Jet, need your votes to the ramp for final round. Personal Watercraft and Stock Eliminator, need you guys warmed up and ready for final round. Mod and Top, need you guys standing by. All right, here we go. Let's find out who's going to end up on the other side of the Pro Comp flat ladder. In the Fun and Sun, Boats and Tackle and Yamaha left-hand lane, boat number 034 is Jeff Luring out of Los Alamos, New Mexico, calls the boat Nasty Rumors. He's dialed in at a 595. And in the Pat Kenzie drywall right lane, boat number 075 is Larry Skiro, calls the boat Flat Nasty. Sponsored by Blue Water Irrigation and Landscape, John and Pat Heineke, Signs Across Texas, Joey Witterberg Construction, Charla Cormier with EXP Realty, Triple C Liquor, Four Seasons Ranch, D&J Construction, Thornblue Plumbing, Jeff Loring is going to take the win, but just barely. 65 thousandths of a second, the difference between those two boats at the finish line. And Jeff Loring will take the win and move to the final, where he'll face Frank Carter coming up here very shortly. Larry Skiro actually had the better reaction time, 18 hundredths of a second, but he ran a 6:24 on a 6:05 dial-in, and it wasn't enough. And Jeff Loring, with almost a quarter of a second left behind at the start line, ran a 6:01 on a 5:95 and gets the job done. I've got PWC and All right, here we go. I don't know if it's a by run or a competition single, but either way, making a single pass going to be Lynn Blackburn in the Pat Kenzie drywall right lane in the second chance buyback. Boat number 19, she dialed in at a 10:38. And she just ran a 10:40 with a 4 for a 68-mile-an-hour pass. And that will take her to the final for second chance buyback. Pro Eliminator and Pro Jet should be at the in-ramp, please, for your final round. Pro Eliminator and Pro Jet should be at the in-ramp for your final round. Personal Watercraft and Stock Eliminator should be warming up, getting ready. Personal Watercraft and Stock Eliminator should be warming up, getting ready. Modified Eliminator, Top Eliminator, you guys should be standing by. I'll be calling you shortly. All right, here we go. Your next pair for the second chance buyback in the Fun and Sun. Boats Tackle and Yamaha left lane. Boat number 789 is Dawson Dickerson. Calls the boat Dad's Pocketbook. He's dialed in at a 646. Sponsored by Harry's Machine, Affordable Engine, Olson Piling, SWAT, Speed and Marine. And in the Pat Kenzie drywall right lane, boat number 0647 is Garrick Snyder. Young Gun dialed in at a 93. And your winner is going to be in the left-hand lane. That's going to be Dawson Dickerson, Dad's Pocketbook. I said it at the very beginning of the second chance. It is really hard for the slow boat to sit and wait, or the fast boat rather, to sit and wait. Garrick Snyder jumped. Dawson Dickerson did a good job. He sat tight, 26 hundredths of a second for a reaction time. Garrick Snyder gets a red light. And that'll be the end of his day. Dawson Dickerson moving to the final round against Lynn Blackburn. All right. So I've mentioned him a couple of times, but Shiver Me Shavers, Jeremy Williams, man, y'all need to get one of these snow cones. I'm telling you right now, it'll make your life change. today. It will change your life. Go see them right now. They just brought us a bunch at the tower again. Saved our bacon because we're up here cooking. Thank you guys very much. Appreciate y'all. Go by and see them. Shiver Me Shavers. They got your snow cones back there. You still got iced coffees and stuff too? Got iced coffees? Got smoothies? Go back and get whatever it is you need to cool you down right now. Go get it done. All right. We are into the final round in all classes now. Pro Eliminator and Pro Jet should be getting on the water momentarily. And then we're just going to run through all the finals, and we're going to knock this thing out. Figure out who's taking home all the marbles in each class. And if you're old enough to know what that means, I'm joining you. Emily, is Stacy up there with you? Personal watercraft and stock eliminator, we're ready for your boats at the in-ramp, please. Personal watercraft and stock eliminator, we're ready for your boats at the in-ramp. Modified eliminator and top eliminator, start warming them up, please, for your final round. Pro Outlaw and Pro Modified, grab your gear and be ready. Personal watercraft, stock eliminator, ready for your boats at the in-ramp, please, for your final round. Modified eliminator, top eliminator, start warming them up. Pro Outlaw, Pro Modified, stand by. You guys will be coming up shortly. All right, here we go. Pro Eliminator for the final. In the Fun and Sun, Boats Tackle and Yamaha left-hand lane. Boat number 657 is Gavin Schneider. Driving for Mickey Snyder. They call the boat 6 to Midnight. Sponsored by Snyder Motorsports, Napa, Rio Medina Truck and Auto, Rio Fab and Weld, Custom Powder Coating, Four-Way Bar and Grill, Trinity Ministries, Lilly Construction, Long's Machine, RTS Construction, Regan and Angie Everett, Guild Mortgage, Postal Annex, Rowdy Tees, Twisted Tags and Embroidery, and thanks to the family and crew. Running on a 6.5 second index. In the Pat Kinsey Drywall right lane, boat number 191, your number one qualifier, looking to see if he can take the win. Out of Greenbrier, Arkansas, that is Cersei Elrod on a boat he calls Obsession. Final round, winner takes it all. All right, starter called for the lights. 30 seconds on the countdown. Gavin Snyder, 6 to Midnight in the left lane. Cersei Elrod, Obsession in the right. Cersei Elrod comes in the number one qualifier and then earns a red light in the final round. And Gavin Snyder will be a winner in the left lane. He broke out by 32 thousandths of a second trying to catch up. It did not matter. Cersei Elrod, 65 thousandths of a second too early. Gets a red light, and that'll be the end of the day. What a shame. Good deal for Gavin Snyder, though, that's for sure. All right, here we go. Final round for Modified Eliminator. In the Fun and Sun, Boats, Tackle, and Yamaha left lane. Boat number 517, Jesse James Jr. out of Tyler, Texas. Sponsored by Lone Star Millworks, David and Kerry Muller, Cedar Built, Eagle Motorsports, and JCD. Your number one qualifier with an 8:02, looking to see if he can run it all the way through. And into Pat Kinsey Drywall right lane. Boat number 157, James Kemp, calls that boat Side Chick. Sponsored by J&J Transportation, 4K Enterprises, Ranchero Concepts, Eagle Motorsports, Guy Hand Motorsports, and FloatFix.com in Tyler, Texas. Final round, Modified Eliminator. Starter called for the lights. 20 seconds. Top Eliminator, we're ready for your boats at the in-ramp, please. Top Eliminator, ready for you at the in-ramp. Pro Outlaw and Pro Modified, warm them up, get ready. Jesse James Jr. comes in your number one qualifier and runs the train all the way to the end. And he is your winner in the left-hand lane. 64 thousandths of a second for reaction time, ran an 8:16 with a 5, and got there 24 hundredths of a second before his competition. That race was 3 inches difference from them at the end. James Kemp got caught sleeping, 3/10 of a second for reaction time, ran an 8:17 for a 94-mile-an-hour pass. Just did not quite make up the difference, and Jesse James Jr. takes the win for Modified Eliminator. Pro Outlaw, Pro Modified, you guys should be warming up, ready to go. Top Eliminator should be headed to the end ramp for final round. Quick Eliminator, Pro Comp Flat, and Second Chance. Stand by. Woo, here we go. Pro Modified, final round. Oh no. No. Just an exhibition run. Got a couple of them. In the Fun and Sun, boats and tackle left lane. Boat number 927, Mr. Robin Reed out of Arlington, Texas. Calls the boat wound too tight. It's a Texas outrigger with a 565 cubic inch blown alcohol engine strapped in behind him. Your 2020 Pro Mod champion, sponsored by Two Guys Marine, Texas Outrigger Boats, CCR Fiberglass and Marine, NGK Spark Plugs, Fun and Sun Boats and Tackle, Trinity Racing Ministries. Special thanks to our crew chief Wesley Ice, the family, Crystal, Emily, Claire, Bob, and Debbie, the Tuttle family for all they do for us, Cody Childress for the motor program, Bink and Bart Giles. And in the Pat Kinsey drywall right lane, boat number 255 is Cade Genesek, sponsored by JP&E, Kirkland Marine, DBR, RFC, David Kirkland Racing. Calls the boat all or nothing. This big piece to break. All right, starter call for the lines. Here we go. Robin Reed, round 2 tight in the left lane. Cade Genesek, all or nothing. In the right lane. Cade Genesek been struggling all weekend, hoping to at least make a good pass here. Let's see what happens. Capsules are down. It's go time. Well, that is absolutely not the run Cade Genesek was looking for. Big pop and no go. That kid is just having a rough time. That is all there is to that. Robin Reed, though, on the other hand, 83 thousandths of a second for reaction time, ran a 5:57 and 2 on a 5.6 index. 158 mile an hour pass. All right. Pro Outlaw, Pro Modified. Bring him to the in-ramp, please. Pro Outlaw, Pro Modified. Bring him to the in-ramp. Quick Eliminator, Pro Comp Flat, and Second Chance. Warm them up and get ready. Pro Outlaw and Pro Modified. Bring them to the in-ramp. Quick Eliminator, Pro Comp Flat, and Second Chance. Warm them up and get ready. All right, here we go. Pro Jack, we got Robert Ledbetter, the Honey Badger, in the Pat Kinsey Drywall right lane. We got Jeremy Dickerson in Can't Quit in the left lane. They're only running to these yellow buoys right here. Here we go. Jeremy Dickerson runs a 375 with an 8 at 134 miles an hour to the 660 line right here. Robert Ledbetter flames out. Pop. No run. Tough go for him. He's had a really good season so far. I know that's not the run he was looking for. We're going to need truck and trailer for boat number 356. Back to the in-ramp, please. Truck and trailer for 356. Back to the in-ramp, please. All right, never mind. Hold that trailer at the out-ramp for 356. Stay at the out-ramp. He got it started. He's going to motor it down there. Pro Outlaw and Pro Modified. You guys should be at the in-ramp, please, for your final round. Pro Outlaw and Pro Modified should be at the in-ramp, please, for your final round. Quick Eliminator, Pro Comp Flat, and Second Chance. You guys should be warmed up, ready to go. I will be calling you shortly. Personal watercraft, final round. Oh, I do have it. Angeli Shaw is your #1 qualifier. She's in the left lane, calls the boat Being Bad. Sponsored by the Bad Company Race Team, Crown Over Fence and Welding, Grandpa and Jim, the Sherwood family, and Luke's Paving. She's dialed in at a 13 and 22. Trying to see if she can follow Jesse James and run that #1 qualifier all the way to the end. In the Pack-Kenzie drywall right-hand lane is Jake Stevenson. He wants to stand in the way. We'll see what happens. He's dialed in at a 13 flat. Calls the boat Lil Okie. You found some keys. Angeli Shaw got it done. Came in as your #1 qualifier. She runs it through, and she's your winner for the final round. Dialed in at a 13:22, ran a 13 and 31. Jake Stevenson jumped early, 93 thousandths of a second, earned himself a red light, and that was the end of the run right there. And Angeli Shaw will be your winner for personal watercraft. If you have lost a key to a master lock, we might have it up here. If you lost a master lock key, it is on a keychain. If you can come up and describe the keychain for me real quick, we can get that taken care of for you. All right, here we go. Final round for stock eliminator. In the Fun and Sun, boats, tackle, and Yamaha left lane. Boat number 80 is Doug Fox. Sponsored by Flying F Farms. He calls that boat worst case scenario. And he's dialed in at a 9.15. In the Pack-Kenzie drywall right lane. Boat number 877, Justin Stewart, calls the boat White Girl. He's dialed in at a 9.1 out of Austin, Texas. Calls the boat, or sponsored by RB Props, Brady Trucking Services, Aquatic Balance Pool Services. Special thanks to Bob York, his Toho, Hardcore Harper. Big shout out to Wes Kahn, watching live on RacerH2O.com, drinking a beer in his garage. And his beautiful wife, Sherry. Doug Fox Fox turns it red by 0.12 of a second, and the win goes to Stewie. Justin Stewart and the White Girl Machine. He's going to be your winner. He dialed in at a 910, ran a 905 with a 4, and broke out by 45 thousandths of a second, but the red light had already done the damage, and Doug Fox was done. All right, here comes your top eliminator final. In the Fun and Sun Boats tackling Yamaha left lane. Boat number 715 is Jerry Branham out of Tyler, Texas. Calls the boat Back in Black. Sponsored by WeSellGrass.com, Eagle Motorsports, Lone Star Pump, FloatFix.com, Pumps My Chop. And in the Pat Kinsey Drywall right lane, boat number 411 is Ryan Benson. Fool's Circle. Came in as number 1 qualifier. Trying to see if he can finish it. Complete Wiring Solutions, All-Star Motors, Patty Doyle. Special thanks to Jeff and Stephanie Myro and Bo Myro. 7 seconds is the index. Here they come. Well, Ryan Benson had a good run. Number 1 qualifier, took it all the way through and then earned a red light at the very end. 0.13 of a second too fast. And Jerry Branham will be your winner in the left lane for top eliminator. Jerry Branham ran a 7:01 with a 610 mile an hour pass. If you lost a master lock key, it's all by itself on a key ring. We might have it up here. If you can come up and tell me what the key ring looks like. It's got a little keychain on it. You just come tell me what the keychain is. I'll reunite you with your key. All right, we're into the final round for all classes right now. And having a good time doing it. Looks like we ended up with a small traffic jam at the in-ramp. Get that resolved here momentarily. And get some boats out to the line. Poor Gary's out there cooking. Jump in the water, Gary, you'll be better. All right, quick eliminator, pro comp flat and second chance. Bring them to the in-ramp, please. Quick eliminator, pro comp flat and second chance. Bring them to the in-ramp. You still got a little bit of time if you have not purchased your event shirt or your favorite racer shirt. You can go see Emily at the SDBA merchandise trailer. She has small, medium, and extra large left for the event shirts. She also has shirts from A Little More Therapy, Wild Thing, Don't Blink, Liquid Voodoo, Nitro Nuts, Flat Nasty, Out of Reach, Aquaholic, Chicks Dig It, and Through the Fire. And then also has Trinity Racing Ministry shirts as well. So go by and see Emily. And if you are hot and feeling it and ready to be out of the heat, go over there and see Jeremy. Shiver Me Shavers snow cones. Man, I'm telling you, it's life-changing. Go over there and get that done. While you're up there, stop and see Beverly at the Drag Boat Review booth or Patricia at Mimi's Busy Bees, or even better, do both. If you're thinking maybe you might want some food, Jasper's Barbecue's still up there. Got brisket, ribs, sausage. Norma and Joe Donovan cooking burgers. Fat Stacks Concessions got steak kebabs up there. And then, of course, I already said Shiver Me Shavers. They've got some life-changing snow cones up there. You need to get one. And also, if you're already eliminated and you're starting to pack up and get ready to pull out of here, please remember to police the area around your pit area and pick up your trash, bag it up for you. The kids from the Axel High School FFA are here. They're helping move trash, and they will take the trash to the dumpsters for you. The only thing they ask is if you have, like, big rugs or carpets that you used in your pit area and you're not going to take those home with you, don't leave them there. Bring them up here and put them in the dumpster yourself so that those kids don't have to haul those around because they get big and heavy. And a big thank you to the Axel High School FFA and Kelsey Snyder for coming out and helping out. They've been working the in-ramp, the out-ramp, all of it. Doing a great job. All right, we're getting boats on the line. That's going to be Cody Childress and Eric DeMint. Final round for Pro Outlaw. Loads of fun. All right, here we go. In the front and sun, boats and tackle left lane. Boat number 077, Cody Childress, calls the boat Bad Influence. Thanks to Lenco Transmission, TD's transmission. And in the Mackenzie drywall right lane, Eric DeMint and the Real Bad Boy. Thanks to his crew, Perch Bass, Brandon, Kaysen, and Logan. Pro Outlaw Final. Cody Childress, your number one qualifier, looking to see if he can hang on. Eric DeMint did the work for him. He turned it red by 92 thousandths of a second, and Cody Childress will be your winner for Pro Outlaw. Came in the number one qualifier with a 521 and ran all the way through the final. Ran a 525 with a 5 for a 171 mile an hour pass. Eric DeMint jumped early, 92 thousandths of a second too fast, and then ran a 527 with a 3 for a 168 mile an hour pass. Not the way Eric wanted to finish his day, I can guarantee you that. But Cody Childress will be your winner for Pro Outlaw. And now I believe we're going to have the final for Pro Modified. Looks like Henry Bainey going to be over there in the left lane. Jay Hudgens in the right. Now it did. Here we go. In the front and sun, boats and tackle and Yamaha left lane. Boat number 459 is Henry Bainey. Don't Blink out of Burton, Texas. It's a Curtis 501 powered by Chevrolet. Sponsored by Ranch King Trailers, Schaefer Racing Oil, Western Airways, Rick Heidel, American Brick and Stone, Gomez Landscaping, Hunt and Hunt, Central Texas, Jet Boats, Rooster Repairs, American Fiberglass Repair. Special thanks to the Naughty Crew. And as always, we love you, Mama Alice. And in the Pat Kinsey drywall, right-hand lane, boat number 832 is Jay Hudgens, Aquaholic, the name of the boat out of Vernon, Texas, sponsored by Magnum Trailers, Reality's Italian Cafe, RoostersRepair.com, Cody Childers. Special thanks to the crew chief, Dustin Hudgens, and the crew. 5.6 seconds is the index. Pro modified. 5 seconds on the countdown. It has been a red light kind of day, and Henry Bainey earns one for himself. 65 thousandths of a second too fast. Jay Hudgens is going to be your winner in the right-hand lane. 157 mile an hour pass. All right, here we go. Jason Brandt, Hydro Hysteria, the name of the machine. Pro modified, looking for a license. Made a couple of passes on Saturday. Almost got there, running a full track license pass. Let's see if we can get it done for him. Start call for the lights. Here we go. Jason Brandt, Hydro Hysteria. Looking for a license in Pro Mod. All right, here we go. He got his license. Been working at it all weekend. They got it done. He ran a 561. All right, here we go. In the back, Kinsey drywall, right lane, boat number 777S, Steve Carter. Money for Nothing, Pro Outlaw, making an exhibition run. Carter Paint and Body, Wolf Auto Machine, Gumby Performance, MTR Performance, PPG, Mikey's Toy Box. Bespoke Coatings and Integrated Metal Products. Yeah. Turned it red by 53 thousandths, and then ran a 533 with a 667 mile an hour pass. He was already doing 155 at half track. How about that? All right, here we go. Final round for Pro Comp Flat. Jeff Loring, your number 3 qualifier, all the way from Los Alamos, New Mexico. He's in the Fun and Sun boat and tackle and Yamaha left-hand lane. Boat number 034, he calls it Nasty Rumors. Thanks to Jay and Lori Crocker. Thank you for all the support. Thanks to Jerry and Jessica Hardwick, Jeff Lindeman, and his crew chief, Tony Elam. And in the Pat Kinsey drywall right-hand lane is Frank Carter out of Liberty Hill, Texas. Sponsored by Magnum Trailers, his wife Carrie Carter, his financial advisor. Special thanks to the relentless crew, Everett and Jarrett Hulson and the Hudgens family. He's dialed in at a 597. Jeff Loring dialed in at a 596. Frank Carter calls his boat Flat Flying. Got 6 seconds, 5 seconds left on the countdown. Here we go. I'll tell you, Jeff Loring got caught sleeping at the start line, and it cost him. He was a full 4/10 of a second behind coming off the line. Ran a beautiful pass, 6004, 132 mile an hour, but it was not enough. And Frank Carter will be your winner for Pro Comp Flat. 24 hundredths of a second for a reaction time, ran a 609. At 126 miles an hour, but that's all it took. He was already way out ahead from the start. All right, here comes our quick eliminator final. And just to throw this in there while I have a second, Fastline Fabrication helping out with this, got a $500 voucher for whoever takes first place and a $250 voucher for whoever takes second place toward their entry fees for Smoke on the Water next weekend in El Reno. All right, here we go. In the Fun and Sun, boats, tackle, and Yamaha left lane. Boat number 623 is Sambo Smith out of Morro Bay, Arkansas. Calls the boat Sucker Punch. Your number 1 qualifier with a 6009. Looking to see if he can ride that thing all the way to the end. Sponsored by Sambo Logging, GNC Machine, Brazos Feed, and Morro Bay Mafia. And in the back, Kinsey drywall right lane, boat number 392 is Jason Gothard. Texas Red, the name of the machine, out of San Angelo, Texas. Sponsored by Buddy Johnson, Steve Pruitt, Travis and Kim Dusick, Fastline Fabrication, Walls Tractor, Wayman Pitchford, James Brown, Judy Sheffield, FBC Services. Special thanks to his crew chief, Terry Marshall and the family, Wayne Jackson, Joe Yarbrough, Jerry and Jessica Hardwick, and Bruce and Stella Hodges. Sambo Smith and Sucker Punch going to take the win. Ran a 6:09 with an 8/68 thousandths of a second for a reaction time and 136 mile-an-hour pass. He got there 65 thousandths of a second before Jason Goddard. He ran a 6:101, 145 mile-an-hour pass, trying hard to get caught up. But he was already beat on a hole shot and trying hard to work it through and just didn't quite get there. Sambo Smith going to take the win for Quick Eliminator. This is what I love right here about Second Chance. In the Fun and Sun, Bolts and Tackle, and Yamaha left lane, boat number 789 is Dawson Dickerson, Dad's Pocketbook, Pro Eliminator, dialed in at a 6:55. And in the Pat Kinsey Drywall right lane, Lynn Blackburn doing time. She's dialed in at a 10:35. So there is a 4-second difference between these two boats. Dawson Dickerson's got to sit tight for 4 seconds, waiting, not red light, and then get to the finish line before Lynn Blackburn can get there with a 4-second head start. Here we go. Lynn Blackburn is your winner in the right lane. She only got there 13 hundredths of a second before Dawson Dickerson. He was trying hard. 23 hundredths of a second for a reaction time for Dawson. He did a great job of sitting tight, watching her taillights as she drove away. He ran a 109 mile-an-hour pass with a 660 trying to get there. And Lynn Blackburn will take the win. And that is it for us today, ladies and gentlemen. The party on the Brazos is done. Thank you very much for coming out and hanging out with us. Thanks to all the folks at Racer H2O for staying with us all day long. We appreciate y'all very, very much. Want to send out a huge thank you to for the folks on the Rescue 1 and Rescue 2. I don't even know all the names, so I'm not even going to try. Johnny Love riding out the waves right there. They kind of tried to swamp him. He's our track maintenance guy. He runs around, makes sure all these sensors are where they're supposed to be and they're doing what they're supposed to do. Laura, Liz, Tanya, Jackie, all the folks up here in the tower with us.